Calling the meeting to order. Special meeting agenda, City of Laredo Budget Workshop. All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Moment of silence, please. Thank you. May be seated. All right, we'll proceed with the citizen comments. I believe we have 4 general comments. Starting out with Julio Mendez.
Good afternoon. My name is Julio Mendez, as you mentioned. I am a very interested person into what is happening with the arts in Laredo. I have been in Laredo for 50 years, and I have been an instructor of art for the same amount of time, both at the high school, Laredo Community College, and lately Tama Youth. I am a member of 3 different organizations in Laredo: the Laredo Cultural District, Laredo Center for the Arts, and the LTGI, Laredo Theater Guild International. As such, I am very interested in the development of the arts in Laredo, and I have been a part of it for many, many years. My question to all of you is, how is it that we can reduce the budget that is actually helping these nonprofit organizations to help the culture and arts in Laredo to develop? Organizations that are giving young people the opportunity to participate and utilize their talents in order to be able to bring it to the public. And that can be seen very easily in the Caminartes of every first Friday of the month. Most of the students that are working in art in different organizations come over. Many of the families in town attend with their children in order to be able to see what is happening. There are different kinds of approaches to the arts in many different facets, and there's also many different kinds of activities that are put together by all the organizations in order to be able to bring about this particular concept. The state of Texas asks for these funds to be given by the city to those people that are in this type of activities that are going to be able to foster more different kinds of people from outside, tourists, to come in. I know that it is controlled with the amount of number of people that actually go to the hotels. And we have been given funds, but with a concept that we have to prove that the people that we are asking money for are people that have come to be able to participate in tourism. My question to you is very simple. How is it that this council can actually go ahead and reduce the funds for 26, 27 by $300,935, and to give Laredo Cultural District $500, and to give the Laredo Center for the Arts absolutely no funding? There is no way that business can profit if they don't spend money. There is no way that we can actually provide information outside of Laredo unless there is funding to be able to do so. I think that the state of Texas wants to be a compromise between the city and these organizations. But if that does not happen, there is no way that we're going to be able to increase the tourism in Laredo.
Mendez, I'm sorry. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next citizen's comment,
Jorge Santana. Santana.
Hello, council members. Las Caminarte, our monthly art walk, the Laredo Cultural District, stationed at Casa Ortiz in the heart of downtown Laredo, next to San Agustin Cathedral, had 5 exhibits of local artists. For 3 of them, it was their very first exhibit, the push, we hope, for the start of a career as an artist. It was months of mentoring, of guidance, and motivation for them to have the courage to display their passion before others. That was August Caminarte. The Laredo Cultural District has been doing this for years. We do it every month. Again, this coming September, new artists, their very first exhibit. Casa Ortiz has become this safe space, a space where new, young border artists have freedom, and expression is the ticket that gets you in. We have included artists from Nuevo Laredo in almost each Caminarte recently for a true binational art collaboration that creates a strong union of love between our cities. Our concerts at the Garden under a full moon bring in hundreds of Laredoans for a free night where they're amazed that our downtown is alive. A 2017 study by the Planning Commissioner's Journal showed that a healthy city has a healthy downtown. Ours needs a little help. I am here to tell you all that we are partners. While we ask that you fix the streets of our downtown, control homelessness with humanity, and we need more lights and security and incentives for investment and all of the et ceteras, while you do that, we are here fixing the soul of downtown, as important, as vital as everything else. The umbrella of the Cultural District includes the Laredo Center for the Arts, Daphne Art Foundation, Laredo Film Society, Pan American Courts, and recently the Laredo Philharmonic. Amazing orgs filled with passion and desire to serve our community. We are all your partners, Council. We are the soul of downtown. We can have a perfect, spotless El Centro, but without the arts, without our orgs, it will still be empty. We want the same thing, a better Laredo, a city that the new generations wants to make their home, not leave behind when they graduate. The arts can make it happen. We have been making a difference, but the suggested third-party funds for 2026-27 is $500. $500. Down from an already low 2026 and 2025 and 2024. I invite all of the members that made the decision that are worth, that what we do is only $500 a year worth. They come to Caminarte, our monthly art walk. Come to our concerts at the plazas with big bands free for all. Come to our galleries, our workshops. Come, see who we are. Being in the same team, why not help us all win? Thank you.
Very much. All right, before we proceed with citizen comments, can we do roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Honorable Mayor,
Present.
Honorable Mayor and Pro Tem and Councilmember District 1. Honorable Councilmember District 2, Ricardo Richie Rangel Jr.
Here.
Honorable Councilmember District 3, Melissa Cigarroa. Here. Honorable Councilmember District 4, Ricardo Ricarza.
I'm here.
Honorable Councilmember District 5, Ruben Gutierrez Jr.
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 6, Dr. Tyler King. Honorable Councilmember District 7, Vanessa Perez. Honorable Councilmember District 8, Alisa Cigarroa. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, we will continue with citizen comments. Next is Andrea Ordóñez. All right. All right, to acknowledge Councilmember Gilbert Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Andrea Ordóñez, and I'm here on behalf of the Webb County Heritage Foundation to respectfully ask our third-party funding recommendation is reconsidered. For the record, the funds that we are requesting are hotel motel funds. These are funds that are acquired by hotel occupancy tax, and these are not general funds that are otherwise used for essential city services. You have received a brochure that has more information on what we do, our programs and services and infrastructure. It's that big orange packet that's in front of you. And so what we want to say is that the foundation operates 2 museums. We provide programs, services, visitors information, tours, events, and these are offered year-round to visitors and residents alike. And I want to emphasize year-round. We are open 50 weeks out of the year, 5 days out of the week. Sometimes we're open after hours. Sometimes we're open on the days that we are on our days off. We provide visitors experiences not only during festivals or major events, but on the regular days where visitors are just looking for something to do. We are what's open on a Wednesday afternoon when somebody's looking to experience Laredo. We have been doing this work for 46 years. We have been collaborating with the city directly to provide tourism infrastructure for decades. Yet, since 2024, the city supports for the Webb County Heritage Foundation has declined significantly. In 2024, we received approximately $90,000 in third-party funding. And that year, we lost our city-provided office that had been our office and archive space for decades. The next year, in 2025, our funding was reduced by 63% to $33,000. And now the proposed allocation for this fiscal year is $23,400. This is a significant reduction in city support. We cannot grow Laredo's tourism infrastructure without investing in the year-round infrastructure that is in place and support it. Major events give people a reason to come to Laredo, but they need things to do every day for it to become a destination. We respectfully ask that you reconsider the proposed support to our organization and to continue to invest in the tourism infrastructure that's already in place, serving Laredo's visitors year-round. Thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right. Next comment is Telisa Lucanati Molano.
Mayor and members of City Council, my name is Telisa Lucanati Molano, Arts Advocate. This is regarding also third-party funding to arts and culture nonprofits. Imagine beginning a council meeting with the sound of mariachi. San Antonio recently opened a council meeting with locally produced electronic music. That is what happens when a city gives culture center stage. Today I asked Laredo to reconsider the almost non-existent HOT funding proposed for nonprofit arts organizations. For every hot dollar collected, not even 1 penny is reinvested in an independent arts organization. The penny may be disappearing, but Laredo's arts investment has already fallen well below that. The proposed budget provides only $500 to the Laredo Cultural District and nothing to the Laredo Center for the Arts, while projecting an $8 million restricted hot fund balance. $500 is not an investment strategy. It would only cover 1/5 of one flock camera annual cost and could easily be consumed by the city-related logistics for one cultural event. Yet it represents an entire year's support for a state-designated cultural district producing more than 55 events. How much of the $8 million is committed? What is it reserved for? Can a portion sustainably support Laredo's cultural experiences? Caminarte, our free, open to the public monthly art walk, has grown from 30 to 300 attendees, a 900% increase in 5 years through community support, alternative funding, and countless hours from volunteers. Meanwhile, the public access channel has a proposed budget exceeding $600,000, including $163,627 in hot funds classified for promoting the arts. I reviewed all 582 videos on the city's YouTube channel. 10% broadly represent arts, culture, or history, substantive arts programming, 3%. Why is $163,000 counted as arts investment for a city-operated channel while organizations producing live cultural experiences receive almost nothing? Where are the same measurable arts, tourism, and hotel occupancy outcomes required of nonprofits? We're asking you to fund an untested idea. We're asking you to invest in demonstrated results. You cannot build cultural tourism and economy without investing in culture. Today, ask staff to establish reoccurring competitive arts and culture funding, provide reasonable matching support, and develop a citywide cultural partnership plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for citizen comments. I don't believe we have any more. All right, we don't have any recognitions also. We'll proceed with communications. Second annual You're Not Alone 998 5K Run, 1 Mile Walk, and Mental Health Wellness Fair. That's during the communications. Online registration is not open. It's now open. It'll be Saturday, September the 5th, 2026. Event opens to the public at 8 a.m. at North Central Park. Now, to speak about town hall meetings. There will be a town hall meeting for District 6 at 6 p.m. at the Joe Guerra Library to discuss some of the water improvements and to answer questions regarding disruption and the smell in the water. I would like to discuss some of the misinformation also. As mayor understand that when there's residents that notice an unusual taste and odor in their water, they have every right to ask questions and expect answers. We have taken those concerns seriously and held town halls, brought it up to our utilities professionals, and continued testing, flushing, and evaluating the system. But there's a fundamental difference between asking questions and spreading information that is simply not true. A recent rumor that human remains were found in our water lines is completely false. No remains have been found in the city's water pipelines. This is equivalent to yelling fire inside a packed theater. The musty odor residents have reported has been attributed to our utility department to naturally occurring blue-green algae in the river during periods of high temperatures and low water flow, not to anything remotely resembling rumors circulating in social media. And officials have stated that the water remains safe to drink and meets regulatory standards. And when misinformation is presented as a fact, it creates unnecessary fear. It undermines confidence in our water system, our public servants, and the institution residents depend on. Public trust is built on facts, transparency, and accountability, not fear, speculation, or sensationalism. If there's a legitimate problem, or if there's something the city needs to improve, I, as your mayor and the city council, will acknowledge it and will work to fix it. But I will not allow rumors to replace these facts. I encourage every resident, before you share something that could alarm your family, your neighbors, or the entire community, stop and ask. Ask if this is verified and is there a credible source. We can disagree in politics, as we know. We can debate policy. We can demand better from our government. But we should never knowingly or recklessly spread misinformation that needlessly frightens our community. That is the end of our communication, and we'll proceed with staff reports.
Mayor and City Council, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Joe Nebb, Laredo City Manager. I'm just going to do just some brief comments today. I'll have a presentation for tomorrow as we walk through the remainder of the budget. We have today and tomorrow to talk about our departments and talk about that. I know we'll have Mr. Esparza come up and we'll cover what the budget is and where we're at. But I want to touch on a few items right now, just so that everybody understands where we're at as well too. And it might help a little bit as for setting the conversation with the third-party funding, the HOP funding, and all that as well too. I shared at the special session on the Friday, I went through a lot of the presentation about the challenges that we are having, about where we're headed within our budget system. I shared where the city of Dallas has done furloughs with employees in order to try to pull their budget in check. San Antonio, $138 million deficiency within their budget. They're trying to find that way. I don't disagree that we can always do things a little bit better, a little bit differently, but as we've seen throughout from 25 forward, everything that you have been trying to do is keep our city fiscally responsible and keep the money going into the priorities. Today we're going to have a conversation a lot about the priorities within our system. We don't have enough money in order to cover everything that needs to happen. We revamped third-party funding. We revamped the HOP funding process 2 years ago, and we had our committee come in and share with you their thought process with it. That doesn't change that you still have the ability to make some of these adjustments. So I appreciate the comments today on the third-party funding. But we also have to be cognizant of where we're at. We have a lot of stress on the general fund. That Friday meeting, we talked a lot about the efforts that we're trying to do on public safety to bring that along, as well as those other costs. And so I think our general fund, or let me start with the broadest level on the budget. We have a $1.2 billion budget. It is a 0.87% increase from last year's budget. So we held the line as carefully as we can with that. We have a $300 million general fund, and you'll hear some of this again, but you'll hear it in a different context. So we have a $300 million general fund. About 63.5% of that is public safety dollars. And so that's police and fire, emergency services and everything, those core services that we have out of the general fund. So we have 138 million, I believe, or plus or minus, in the other departments that are receiving funding out of the general fund. Your job is not going to be easy in balancing out all of those different costs. But I think the idea was that we kind of pulled it in there. You will hear today as well too from Mr. Esparza. This is the first time since 2021 that the voter approved rate has been actually higher than the no new revenue and where we've actually set the budget at. There's an opportunity here that we get to, as you hear from all of our departments and hear what their needs are, what we've been able to do within their budgets to set a balanced budget today that you get to look at, there is the opportunity that we can adjust accordingly, and it doesn't make your job any easier. I would love to say balanced budget means if you put something in, we have to take something out. There's an opportunity here based upon your conversations in the next couple days that we have room within the voter approved rate to where we have set the tax rate right now, that if there is something that is a high enough priority, we can actually fit it within the general fund for that purpose. You'll hear a little bit more, I think, as we go into the conversations with our utilities and everything, based upon the conversation we had at the last council meeting. We know how much we can actually borrow within that fund without it impacting our rates. And so that number is very important to everybody because we're trying to hold our costs in check. We're trying to pull it in there. We do not want to end up in the same boat that some of these other cities have had, that we have not been able to make our ends meet. I've cautioned you every year, though, that our needs continue to grow faster than our revenue sources, because in the general fund, we are capped at 3.4% increase of new revenue within that general fund based upon the state's requirements. You did a very good thing with the increase in the bridge rates, but the industry lets you know that they're concerned about within that. But that is our third level of funding within the general fund. It's the property tax, sales tax, and then bridge rates is our number 3 fund. And so be aware that as we move these chips, as we flip the switches, we turn the knobs and everything, we're gonna do the best we can with kind of keeping in there. What I would ask and challenge everybody is that as we decide what those higher priorities are, then we need to, we'll make those adjustments within there. So just please give the staff a little bit of time for that. We had over $20 million worth of requests and needs in the general fund services. We were able to put 9 within this budget That means 11 million. You're going to hear some of that today as well, too. There's 11 million that we weren't able to fund at this time. Every year, we don't fund everything that we try to accomplish. I just want to make sure you're there. What I would recommend as well, too, that when we made the adjustments to the third-party funding and the hotel occupancy funds, we did not want any organization to live on those funds only. The idea about all these nonprofits and all this wonderful work that gets done with them, we need the community to support them as well, too. And so it's always about trying to generate that activity within the community. That's why we've kind of adjusted that. I would say that some of the conversations you heard today, and I was just talking with Ms. Ramos about this as well, too, we have the ability to also do within these things, and we did it with Border Olympics last year, where we ended up doing a longer-term contract with them because of the service that they're providing. I would argue that some of what you heard today on the individuals that have gotten up here, we have the opportunity to build the model a little bit differently. So we've opened up the ability that they're not stuck with just third-party funding. We have the ability to do contractual efforts. And then the metric systems are a little bit different because it's not considered one-time funding at that point in time. It's a service-related response. We've not been able to fix all of those. I know that 2 or 3 of our entities that we talked with last year, we were not able to get that finished. But we were in a different boat as well, too, because the state and the federal government started pulling back a lot of grants at that point in time, and we were trying to maintain our core services that are within the health department, within those areas that were leaning heavily upon those grants. And so we saw those adjustments happen in that. I'm going to stop. I'm going to bring up Mr. Esparza. He'll cover the broadest level on the budgets. We've got a few slides to go through.
We have a question here.
Yes.
Just before we move on, I did want to circle back to the contractual agreements, because we did make some of those commitments last year for some of the organizations
We have the ability, yes.
that
Yes, ma'am.
express their concerns, and so it is important to follow through with those conversations, because that is something that they were expecting this entire past year, and here we are another year, less funding, no contracts, and follow through.
Yeah, thank you. And so,
Mr.
yeah.
Neb, I'm sorry, but before you continue,
Go ahead.
just to make a note that Councilwoman Vanessa Perez is here with us as well.
Noted,
So,
thank you.
and the goal I hope to do today is we're going to send as many departments through talking with you about, and they all have presentations in order to say, this is what our goal is, this is where we're headed. And then tomorrow, I would argue that based upon, we have a few more departments for tomorrow, but then we're going to try to pull it all back in together as a cohesive budget process. We are later this year than we have been in the past, and so please keep that in mind, that I think we're going to do a lot of wonderful things within the budget. The budget you have right now currently is balanced, but as we've talked about in the last few meetings, and some of you individually, we have a lot more needs that we have to try to address. And so we're going to do the best we can, I think, with everything, and I'll have Mr. Esparza cover the details.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Jesus Esparza with the Budget Department. I have about 20 slides to go over. Some of these slides are slides that you have seen in some of the previous council meetings. These are the latest numbers like Mr. Neb mentioned. We do have a balanced budget for general fund. I do want to take a minute to thank everybody for your presence today, as well as our citizens that are in here to participate in this budget workshop for fiscal year 27. Budget goals that we have as we began the budget process are to address council and community priorities. We focused on employees, public safety, community health, housing and water quality. We prioritize services and focusing on our higher needs. Budget highlights. 2%, in this balanced budget, we have a 2% COLA effective October 1st. We also have a 2% achievement effective April 1st. We have 18 new FTEs of 10 which are in our general fund PD department, and we have 8 in our other funds. We have 45 positions that are unfunded, 31 in general fund, and 14 in the other funds. We have 43 FTEs that are deleted. These are mainly grant positions that we were carrying that are no longer supported by grants. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna wait a few seconds to make sure the screens come back on. Good. And then one of the highlights that we have is this year we incorporated city manager incorporated a budget at a glance. This is the budget at a glance that you also, as you're coming into the building. This gives you a very easy way to see the budget document, which is over 500 pages, and the major highlights that we have in there.
Councilwoman has a question.
Mr. Esparza, when you're talking about the 45 positions that are unfunded, 31 in general fund and 14 in other funds, are these, how do these happen? Like, is the plan to fund them during the year, or do they exist?
The authorization for this position still exists in our FTE listing. However, you can find the detail of those positions are on page 33 of the budget document. Some of these positions are carryover from previous years of positions that have been unfunded. Some of them are unfunded positions that we did this year to be able to balance the budget. This is something that our city manager mentioned earlier on in his presentation, and that we are looking now as we move forward. We're going to analyze these positions to make sure that if they are no longer needed, we will be eliminating them in the next budget process, deleting them from the FTE listings. Yes.
Thank you for bringing this one up. I want to address it a little bit because I talked about this a little bit yesterday as well too, because one of the things that we do, and this is essentially it's a temporary method of how to get there. The council approves the number of employee positions that we have every year. We have a set number for every department as to how many people we can look at. As we get into balancing out the budget, there are these positions that get created as unfunded positions so that the funds that were there for those positions gets moved into something that was a higher priority at the department level. My challenge with that is that I truly believe that it's supposed to be a temporary work with an unfunded position because, and I think you've heard both of our chiefs in police and fire talk about unfunded positions within there. They don't do us any good. What it does is it clutters up the budgetary system, and they don't help us with that. And so the conversation I had yesterday as we were walking through some things is that all positions need to be funded, and we need to keep we can't keep carrying 45 positions unfunded in there if it's going to last longer than a short period of time. Think about it as reserves. Think about it as some of the other stuff that we walk through. Moratoriums on those issues as well too. These are supposed to be temporary measures so that we can figure out exactly what happened and why our budget didn't work a certain way, and then we'll bring it back. My concern is that Laredo has lived on these unfunded positions for a number of years. It's one thing if we can't fill a position, they can move those monies around within the budget. But I do not like carrying unfunded positions because that gives everybody the expectation we have these positions. But if we can't afford them, then what we do is we keep carrying them over and we don't ever fill the position. And so then it becomes almost impossible to fill a position that has been unfunded for a number of years. There's a fallacy within that entire budgetary structure. So the idea is that if it is a priority and these positions are needed, and 70% of our budget is all positions, it's all about personnel. If these positions are that important, we have to find a way to fund them. And we have to eliminate things on the other side. That's how we have to work in the budget. I'm glad Mr. Esparza brought this up, and I'm glad, Councilmember, that you brought this question up because it's a very, unfunded positions are a dangerous thing if we just allow them to keep carrying through. And I think that's the idea, is that because I definitely don't like unfunded positions in police and fire, because we're trying to accomplish a lot of things. And if we don't fund those positions, you know what goes up over on the public safety side is overtime. And so there's a cause and effect on when we do that. It's not work that's not getting done, it's just work that's getting done differently is what's happening. And so I would rather have us make sure we look at this and make sure that these positions, we have unfilled positions that are covered within the cost. I don't mind the directors moving those funds around within there for their higher priorities, but when we unfund positions for years, it becomes it hamstrings us in order to have a balanced budget.
Well, I think it hides, excuse me, I think it
Who was first?
hides.
Go ahead, Council.
Thank you. I think it hides what the true number of personnel is, and then, like you said, what the true budget is. So it makes no sense to have an unfunded position if there's no money backing it up. It's a ghost position.
Right.
And so I think for transparency's sake, we should clean it up.
Yeah, and sometimes you will see us receive a grant, and then we'll hire within those unfunded positions. So there's a balance within the system. But the idea, though, is that if it's truly, if we are being efficient, if we're pulling things in check, some of these positions are not as critical.
Would a grant, though, have its own list of positions, and you would just hire from there? Why?
Well, we
The
utilize
classification
these
makes
unfunded positions because we can reclass positions as well too, and our directors do that all the time, where they'll take 2 or 3 unfunded positions and or funded positions that are not filled, and they'll reclass them into what the higher priority is. And so, yeah, so there are different ways. The only other thing is to take action with the council and say, we need to add this many people for this work, and that's a very good
It'd be
ability
clearer,
to.
and I think more transparent to the public.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman, go ahead.
So, Mr. Knapp, these unfunded positions are included in the balanced budget, right? Like these positions are funded through the balanced budget right now?
The 45 positions that are unfunded are in the budget, but they're unfunded.
No, but what about the ones that we have that are open, that are unfilled?
Those are funded positions within the budget that are not filled.
Well, where do you have that?
And I'll get back out of the way and let.
Any position that is unfilled at the time that we are working with the budget process, they are budgeted at the entry level. Unless a department requests that is a position of a manager or director positions, then we adjust those positions accordingly. But all positions unfilled are budgeted at entry level. That
Well,
is-
where do you have it where it shows all the unfilled positions with a time sheet of how long they've been unfilled? Because we've seen over the years that certain positions keep coming up every budget cycle, and it's almost like a cushion for the funding, because it's like, if we don't fill that position, that gives us that amount of money to use on something else. So do you have a timeline of all the unfilled positions by department and how long they've been unfilled?
We don't have that document in the budget process, but that is something that our HR department has when requested. We do provide it, and they actually review that. There are the unfilled positions that we focus on are positions that are transition. Normally, there's always room of unfilled positions. So those positions will normally are the ones that we're funding. If a department has a position that they want to use and say, well, we want to unfund it because we want to do increase our materials and supplies. In those cases, we do encourage them to delete the position and increase their line items, materials and supplies, for example, because what happens if you increase your materials and then you decide to hire the position next year, then you basically inflated your budget in the following year.
Yeah, but that does happen.
Mayor, if I can answer.
Yes, go ahead.
That is happening though.
So yeah, HR does track that. 2 years ago, we went through and we cleared out a bunch of the unfilled positions in a lot of the departments because they weren't, again, exactly what you're alluding to. If they sit out there, they kind of clutter up within the mess. We can always find a way to reclass and everything else. And so the idea was to tighten it all up. 2 years ago, we went through that whole exercise. We helped try to maintain the core services of police and fire, and then we went down from there. But that is something that HR is. It's not really the budgetary function to that level,
Well,
right?
the reason, Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
The
go
reason I'm asking is because if we have a spreadsheet that shows the position, the department, and how long that position has been open, and it's been 10 years, or 5 years, or 4 years, then that means that position has been funded for that many budget cycles and has not been filled, but that money still is designated to that department. So I would like to see a spreadsheet that shows all the unfilled positions by how long they've been open, what department, because if that's a way for us to save money and that department hasn't filled it, then obviously that department doesn't need it. Maybe we take that position and fill one of these unfunded positions. So I do think that's an important component for the process we're going through, so I would like to see that.
Yeah, and there are two distinctions, Mayor, with this as well too. There are funded positions that are unfilled, and there are unfunded positions that exist in the budget that have no funding with them. And so I think both of those are very good things to make sure that the council can consider those pieces.
Councilman, you have a question?
Sir, thank you. Do these unfunded positions, is there a slot number created to them?
Yes.
So I
Yes.
believe, so directors might forecast a grant or something, is that why sometimes they request an unfunded position to create a slot number for the fiscal year?
The unfunded positions have a unique position number and an authorization number in there. Normally, the departments only, when we go through the review process and to the point that was made, we do do that exercise where we look with the departments and say which positions they've had for a while. If those positions are no longer needed, those are some of the positions that we're deleting. And we do have 43 positions that are deleted. In some of those positions, the majority are health. Health used to carry some of those unfit positions, to your point, and then as a new grant come in, they would just reclassify those in there. The thing is now that as we allocate expenditures for our internal service funds, it's based sometimes on FTE positions. So Dr. Chamberlain has really helped us out on going and cleaning up those positions because we're just carrying those. So we are working on those exercises. February, March, April, when we meet with the departments, that's exactly what we do. We just don't have a report in the budget document that has that, but we can provide that to council. We can also include it next year in the document itself to satisfy that request. Any other?
Go ahead.
Let me go to the next slide. As I mentioned in there, one of the items that we had was the budget at a glance. The other, having some technical. The other thing I want to point out as a highlight here is that we are, within this budget process, we do have 86 million investment in the city in capital investments. These investments are to the tune of 32 million to the police department. And this is part of our financing mechanism that we're doing for the proposed September. We have 7.9 million invested to the fire department, 5.1 million in general government, which carries different departments within the general fund, 5 million in public works, this is for street improvements, 3.5 million for parks, 1 million for engineering, which mainly is for traffic and traffic signalization. We have 1.5 million in other departments. I believe we had animal care, IT in there. And then we have the 15 million for Buena Vista for phase 1B. And then we have 14.5 million for airport. This is an investment in the city of 86 million investment, which is part of our budget for this year. This slide I presented last time because I wanted to point out and I want to make sure that our audience and our citizens look at this because we do get some comments. Well, if we have $1 billion, why are we having so much difficulty balancing certain things? And it's because certain funds are dedicated for certain things within the city. We have our enterprise funds that are used in our departments that are run like a business. We have our water, we have our sewer, bridge, solid waste, and transit. We have our general fund, which carries most of our core functions, our public safety, general government, public works, cultural, recreation, which are our main funds. We have our debt service, which pays for the financing that we do. And then we have our special revenues, which are monies for specific purposes that we have out there. And then our internal service fund. So all these monies come in, but they're dedicated for certain specific functions of the city. Now, we do have some monies that are transferred between this different type of funds here, like general fund helps with the matches and police department. We have bridge, of course, that helps general fund as a transfer in. And so just wanted to kind of lay out this, that our consolidated budget of 1.02 does bring that. One note in there is that we have 1.02 in appropriations. However, our net revenues that come in are $711 million. That's our net operating budget. Our next slide is the consolidated in a graph chart, a donut graph chart. Our general fund, our largest fund is $300 million proposed. We have special revenues at $156 million. Debt service, $48 million. Capital projects, $21 million. Our enterprise are at $384 million. Internal service funds of $107 million. And we have our city annuity fund of $3 million. Special revenues, some of the items that are here, like I mentioned, some of these are we've covered them on previous pre-council meetings, but for our public, I have it available here so we'll have all the presentations available in the budget website for anybody that wants to go in and review them. Sports and community venue, we have health and detox, police. Police is the grants that we have. We have airport, conventions and visitor bureau, and hotel motel. We have our environmental fund, community development, our church, one. We have our 911 and PEG. We have a parks that is a special revenue, one of their divisions that they have. And then we have our ARPA funds that are remaining for a total of $156 million, like I mentioned. When we look at our enterprise funds of $383.8 million, utilities, $110 million alone. Bridge is our second largest enterprise fund at $78 million. Solid waste at $50 million. Transit at $44 million, and our municipal housing, $3 million. These are our enterprise funds at $383.8 million. And those are all this, the detailed information for this you can find on page 35 of the consolidated budget book. Internal service funds.
Yes, go ahead, Council.
This is on the expenditure side, but do we have,
Revenue?
let's say, the revenue side on that?
Yes.
Is that next?
We're going to cover the revenues when we get into the specifics of general fund, and that's where we're going to go down to the revenues. However, when we look at page 35, on that consolidated statement, you have your revenues on the left column, and then you have your revenues on the expenditures on the right columns. And then it also shows the beginning opening balance and the closing balance.
Do any of these feed, I know the bridge feeds the general fund. Do each one of these, broken down as is, do any of these, do we get any funds into the general fund from any of these?
Yes, we have an administrative fee that is charged from our enterprise funds and some of our special revenue funds that comes into general fund as well. So like I mentioned earlier, when I showed that big block that has all the components, we do have those enterprise that do provide some monies to general fund for the services that general fund provides for them.
Okay.
The internal service funds, this is where we have our health and benefits, which is our insurances. We have our fleet. We have our risk management, and we have our IST, which is our information systems technology fund. Total of enterprise funds is $106.6 million. Now, as we get into general fund, we do talk about the revenues here. To the left is the category of revenues that we have. As we mentioned, time and time is property taxes, our largest revenue, which is 106. This is a part of the property taxes that supports general fund. There's another portion that goes into the INS, or the payment for debt service. Both of them together are about $140 million that comes in from property taxes. like I mentioned, the 106 is what comes into general fund to support the the core functions. Our next largest revenue is our sales tax at 58 million, and then our bridge transfer at 46. To make a note, initially prior to the bridge increase, this was at $42 million. So with the change, we are projecting those $4 million additional monies that will be coming into general fund. We have charges for services of 42.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you talking about for this fiscal year, like January through
Correct. Yeah.
September?
Yes,
Like
we're
that's
getting,
4 million in that time frame?
yes. We have the charges for services, 42 million. Other finance sources, 14 million. Franchise fees of 9 million. License and permits is 8 million. And the takeaway from there is that you can see right away those top 4 line items is what really comes in revenue that supports general fund. Some of this other items that we have in revenue line items are minimal compared to those top 3 line items.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
the charges for services, can you just describe what some of them would be?
Charges for services, yes. In there, we have like the assessments, amusement devices, 1.7 million. I'm sorry. Charges for services is the next one. Yeah. We have airport crash crew, for example, 1.5 million. This is what the airport pays us for that station that we have in there for the firefighters.
So these are departmental services that the city is being reimbursed for?
Yes, some of them are departmental, some of them in there, like one of the larger ones is the ambulance service fee of 6.9 million. It comes into that category of line items. Sales of cemetery lots, 328. And then in there, we also have the administrative fees that we were talking a minute ago that come in through that line item, that revenue line item.
Administrative fees from the city charging the departments?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor, if I
Thank
may,
Go
just to
ahead.
clarify, where did you say this page was that they're on?
That is page 61 of the budget book,
Okay,
under the revenue section.
thank you.
Now we have the general fund expenditures by activity. Public safety is 187 million. General government is 44 million. Culture and recreation, 28 million. Transfers, 15 million. Public works, 12 million. Other finance sources is 10 million, and the insurances that we pay is $5 million. Now, this is a new slide. It's a slide that I like. We haven't included it in the past, but it gives you the original budget for general fund departments. From highest to lowest, we have the original budget, proposed budget, and the net change between the original, last year's original budget, and then the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. So as you can see in there, we have an additional 4.8 for police coming in. Fire has 3.8. And then most of the departments in there are under 300,000 that comes in for the rest of the departments, starting from public, parks and leisure services, which is basically our third largest department within general fund. Followed by public works, engineering, planning, and so forth, all the way down to marketing and communication.
Go ahead.
Mr. Esparza, on the previous page with FY '27 general fund expenditures by activity, you have cultural and recreation spending at 28 million, and yet the parks and leisure services come out to 22 million. So, right, 22 million. So where is the other 23, I'm sorry, where's the other 6 million? Because it says it's cultural spending.
The
Where would-
category is culture and recreation, which encompasses parks, and let me get you that information really quick right now. Library,
Oh, okay. So it's the public library.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
Page 80 in the budget document.
slide you were just talking about right now that you were on,
Mhm.
page 13, on this presentation, the chart? Yeah. Why is there a decrease in internal audit for this year?
Actually, my kudos for internal audit. I do wanna, they were one of the departments that followed the directive on trying to incorporate the increases within their budget. They do have a unfilled position as well. So they presented a budget that was a little bit lower. I know that they have also had some turnaround on some of the positions that they have as well.
Well, because my understanding is that they did need additional support, because I know that our auditor's office has been busy. So we cut their position, or was that one of the positions we cut?
No, that wasn't existing unfilled positions that they had in there. But I think the
And
change,
it got cut?
no, well, I think the change came in the turnaround. They've had some turnaround, so I think they hired somebody less than what they were paying the previous person. Because on page 100.
So they just were more fiscally responsible?
Yes. and that's
Okay,
why-
so you said something like they were one of the departments that followed the
That
direct.
excelled and really held the direction that was given to them, and they really.
Well, which
looked-
ones didn't?
Well, I'm not saying that any of the other ones didn't. I'm saying they were the ones that really did a really good job on it.
So these are
All-
this is the A+ department?
Exactly.
Okay, so because they did their homework, they saved money, because
Now-
they were able to
yeah.
operate more efficiently.
And in all fairness to some of the departments, and I go back to my top two items in there, police and fire, they're growing, they have a
No, I
grow-
understand.
Okay.
I'm just asking
Yes.
the question.
You are correct.
So, is there anywhere in the budget where efficiencies were identified other than this table, as far as the exercise that was given to the departments? Because I know that we were working on an efficiency study. I know that there was a directive out there to kind of look for savings mechanisms, and looks like internal audit, got the memo and did what, and I'm not saying that other departments didn't, but from what you said, it does seem as though there were some departments that didn't. And so is there anywhere in any report anywhere that shows how much each department was actually able to save? Because here it looks like a decrease as far as us not prioritizing internal audit because we're cutting funding for them, but it doesn't show that it's a result of cost-saving measures exercise that they conducted as part of their directive, right? And so is there any paperwork anywhere that shows the exercise and what was presented to them as far as like efficiency measures?
The efficiency, as we mentioned before, doesn't necessarily mean a reduction in expenditure. Some of the efficiencies actually come with a cost. Some of the, and we did talk about information technology, how more expensive it has become, and we do have, and that was one of the reasons that we wanted to present IT department to council so that they can go more in depth, because I just come up here and I keep saying, because I see those increases in the expenses.
But
So
you're
some-
talking about an initial investment that will save money eventually over time,
Well,
right?
the difference there is that in the IT world now, you used to be able, when I started working with the city, we would buy a software and for $150,000. And the maintenance for that software was $15,000 a year.
Yeah, I remember this
Now,
conversation.
now you buy a software and you do implementation of 2 million, and we're going to be talking about planning, which is one of the departments that is coming forth with some of those changes.
The cycle of being
$2 million,
obsolete is
yes,
quicker
and for
now.
$2 million to implement, and then you have a recurring cost of $900,000 every year. So those items in there is what's now eating into our M&O budget, because now we have to pay that in our M&O.
And that's gonna be presented by the departments to
IT
us.
has a
Okay.
presentation, and he could cover some of that question
Thank
for you.
you. I just,
But I wanted to show this slide because it is a slide that kind of shows you, because sometimes we've shown percentages, and sometimes the percentages are misleading because of the amount of dollars. So just wanted to give you kind of an idea of what the changes were by department in there, so. The next slide is something that Mr. Knapp mentioned about. As you can see, this is a chart showing the history from 2015. It shows the no new rate. It shows the tax rate, and that tax rate that we have in there, excluding the 2026 has been the adopted, but in the 26, that is the budget rate that we have in there. The budget rate does not, the tax rate doesn't get approved until September, when we actually adopt a tax rate. The tax rate that we have in the proposed budget is the 50, 60, 80, which is the middle one. To Mr. Knapp's point, you can see on the between the 25 and the 26, before that, our budget rate was very close to the voters approved rate. This is the window that Mr. Knapp is talking about, is that we have that window in there that we can go up to the voters approved rate. However, what was proposed and what is included in the budget process is the 50, 60, 80 proposed rate, which still keeps us at a no tax rate increase. You know, when we have our title page in the book, it's always a tax increase because the valuations go up. However, we've been able to maintain the same tax rate or a declining tax rate because of the state's requirement of the 3.5% growth. So I wanted to illustrate this chart for you all, if you all want to have a discussion, and or at least to provide it to you so you could be aware of it. And this is a history of tax rate. And what I did, this is something new that we have in there, and I borrowed this from other comparable cities that we have. We have all the way starting in the left, El Paso, and all the way going to the right at Midland. Highest tax rate that we have is the 775 on the left, as low as 0.34. Laredo is a little bit on the lower half of this chart at 50 cents. And that kind of gives you a picture. And I know we keep comparing ourselves to Arlington sometimes, but as you can see, Arlington's tax rate is at 60, almost 63 cents. This tax rates are the approved tax rate that they have for the current year. We still don't have the new numbers for next year, and we'll be updating that as we come back forward next year in our pre-budget meetings to look at what the other cities are doing related to the tax rate.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
And so the dark color is the maintenance and operations, and the lighter color is the infrastructure and
That is correct.
the sinking fund?
Yes, that is correct. The top part is the INS that pays the debt service, and the bottom part is what supports the M&O in general fund.
Okay, so M&O maintenance and operations, what is INS?
Interest and sinking fund. That is the
Interest
money,
and sinking
we have an interest and sinking fund where the money goes in, and that's where we do the debt service payments. We normally have 2 debt service payments a year. And this is just a dollar. I know that.
Well, Mr. Esparza, can you go back to that?
Sure.
Just, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just do individual cities get to appropriate for M&O and sinking fund percentages? As you can see, they're not all equal.
Yes, correct. Every city has different, they have a different no new revenue rate and a different voters approved rate. Depending on their debt that they issue, that debt always gets covered first.
Right.
So depending on the debt that they have, it covers debt, and then the rest of the money is for M&O, and it needs to stay within that 3.5%. Cities always have an option to go over the voters approved rate, but that triggers an automatic election, and it goes to the citizens for a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Like I mentioned, this is the dollar example of where the money goes to. On the very left is the city, and this is if you live in the United Independent School District. I have one for the Laredo Independent School District following next. But at every dollar, 27 cents goes to the city, 20 cents goes to the Webb County, the UISD district area has 39 cents, and then Laredo College has 12 cents. And that is current tax rates as well. And this is if you live in the Laredo Independent School District. And talking about next, our general fund, I decided to also include something as to general fund sales tax as it compares to other cities. As you can see there, Laredo is on the 4th from the right side. We generate about approximately $58 million of sales tax. So we have, sometimes we talk about McAllen, compare ourselves to McAllen. However, McAllen's rate is they get the full 2%, I believe, and they're generating about $74 million. The other one that we can compare it a lot to is Arlington. Arlington, as you can see, generates almost 94 million, almost double what the city of Laredo generates. And then I decided to add a chart that has the sales tax allocation. As you can see in there, the state of Texas takes 6.25, so they take most of that dollar. We end up with 12 cents. And then we have our quarter cents for both sports venue and our city transit system. And then the county takes that 0.50 in between those two at the end. These are our city FTEs, full-time equivalent positions. We have 3,416. This does not include our transit that has about 187 FTEs. In general fund, we have 1,531 and then 1,885 in the rest of the departments. This is the holiday schedule that we have. We are not proposing any additional holidays, or so we have currently 21 days. Every year we have to reapprove these holidays, and that's why I have this slide in here for approval process. And then I think this is my last slide, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Before we get to the last one, doesn't want to work, I don't think. There we go. So this is what, and I wanted to kind of bring this up. Normally we've waited towards the end, but I wanted to focus on these three main motions. We have a motion to approve for a 2% COLA, which is in the budget, and a wage schedule adjustment. That moves our wage schedule by the 2% that we do COLA, effective October 1st. We're also entertaining a motion to do a 2% 10-year achievement effective April 1st, which is already in the budget, and the holiday schedules as presented.
Mayor? Yes, go ahead.
Are these two proposals already like in the budget?
Yes.
Both of them?
All of them.
So it doesn't matter when we approve them? If it's approved today, both of them, or we approve for both of them today, or we approve one for the following, for April? Why did we separate until April?
You mean between the 10-year and the COLA?
Yes.
Because of the time of the timing that we're doing, the COLA is on October 1st, and April is the 10-year achievement. That's why we have them separate.
But it's, both of them already, the money's already allocated for both of them?
They're allocated. We want to make sure it's transparent and there's no confusion of what it is. We've always had council have a motion for that and address it. I wanted to see if you all wanted to do it at the beginning so we can set that aside and then focus on the departments and then address any changes that they have. We've done it last year, we did it at the very end.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah.
I think, Councilman, you're saying that if you do both at the same time, correct?
It's already.
I think we have it.
Yeah, it's one motion for all three, I'm sorry.
No, you don't understand.
No.
He's, Councilmember
What I'm
saying,
saying is, you got 2% for 10-year achievement until April. Why until April? Why not right now?
it changes if we do it now.
Does it change it?
Yes.
Is there a budget impact?
Yes, there is, yes.
Yeah.
The equivalent to this is if we're doing a 3% October 1st. So if we do 3% October 1st, it matches breaking it up. However, this is also helping employees because their pay is actually growing by the 4%. It's just in 2 slots. So it's a way for us to help us move the table and address the employees at the same time. So we're stretching our dollars because we're doing it halfway during the year. The 2%.
Yes, go ahead.
Why is it important to have the wage scale adjustment and the 10-year achievement?
The COLA moves the scale, so it will move the entry pay and all the corresponding grades.
I'm sorry, why is it important to have those two things as
The,
part of our?
the first one moves the table. The second one, what it does, it moves an employee within that minimum and maximum pay. In the past, what it was doing is we would do only one thing, so the employee in the table would move at the same time. So now what happens is we move the table, and then the employee moves with that longevity, is moving along those ranges, that he has the minimum and the maximum range.
I guess what I'm asking though is and I think the answer is, for me, is that it's important for retention.
It is, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it's important that we, you know, for the stability of the city to have those type of things, that we are a responsible municipality that takes care of its employees and.
Yes, sir. And that is why they're separated as well, too. So imagine we have essentially a 20-step scale for our non-certified people. So we go from step 1 to step 20. That's the scale, minimum salary to maximum salary with any given there. The first adjustment is really not recognition to the employee itself. It is about keeping the scale industry qualified. It's like doing an inflationary adjustment within the scale. So what it does in October, we move the entire scale by that percentage, 2%. And so everybody that's on that scale at that time receives that. We go back and then we recognize for exactly what you're talking about, the retention and the ability to say, thank you for the work that you're doing. And then that happens in April 1st. And then we're able to increase that. Once they're set on the scale in that manner, next year's budget, when we come in for the next year's budget, we allocate, we already know where we're at with that, and so we kind of build it in there. So by doing 2 increases a year, one, the employee receives an adjustment twice a year, which is a really nice feature for their family as well too, and within the structure. And then, but it's about moving the scale, which I have always considered it's not really an increase to the employee because it's usually directed to the inflation. And, but the second one is thank you for your service. This is where we want you to move on the scale because everybody should be able to move from the minimum to the maximum of the scale. That's why we separate them because you should be able to advance your, up to the maximum level within that. And we also use the mid-range as well.
Well, I wanted to just include the wording in there that in that schedule, there's also, it's considered, the model includes merit-based pay.
It is. And we stayed away from the merit directly. We used tenured achievement is what we're using. The term is what we're using, but essentially it's the same thing. Okay. It is about we've had a successful year and we want to recognize you for that as well too. When you put it together, again, we're only adjusting the scale by 2%. Cost of inflation was about 2.7 this last year. It's going to be about 3.8 next year is what the estimates are all saying. So we don't want to make sure that we want to make sure that the employees understand the importance of they are. And for everybody as well too, because this talks about the ones that are in the general fund or in any of our funds other than police and fire. The packages that we are working on with police and fire are actually higher than this as well too. And so they are being done separately within this. This is only for the non-certified staff, essentially. So, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Nambera, I understand it makes sense to separate it. But what is the financial impact for this year as the insurance went up at one time?
For the insurance rates to that.
We can, let me run you an example of that, and then we'll show it to you later on today.
Just to see the financial impact
Yes.
of the insurance.
I'll do a lower tier, mid-tier, and then have a comparison for you.
Mayor, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Esparza, I'm sorry, were you still asking a question?
Yeah, he has a
Councilmember?
question. Yeah, answer the question, please, and then we'll proceed with that.
It's working.
No, we're good.
You're good? Okay. Mr. Esparza, so the question, so Mr. Neb just mentioned right now that a 2.7% increase, right, for everyday living expenses. As we know, inflation has been hitting us hard. What would and can we able, or are we able to increase the October 1st COLA to a 3% and then go to the 2% from there? What would it do to our budget, and are we able to do so just because of retention issues that we are facing? And you all know we face them every day. We're losing people, getting new people in, and of course it affects at the end of the day our consumer, which is our citizens in Laredo, the ones that are paying their taxes, paying their wages. But because we have so many new employees, so much of a turnover, we have a lot of new employees that simply don't know exactly what to do in their positions, and the people that pay for it at the end of the day are our citizens.
The additional 1% for the COLA would cost approximately $600 to $700,000 more to the budget, to the general fund. It will cost in the other departments, but the general fund would be the one that we would have to balance, so it would be approximately $700,000 in addition to the budget.
To the budget.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So are those 700,000 more than applying the entire 4% at once?
Yes. If we
It's
do the-
more.
Yeah, because
So-
if you do the 3, it's 700. If you add another
Yeah.
1%, it'll be up $1.4 million to general fund.
And what is, if we do all 4% in, starting October because of the insurance rates?
Right. If you
What's
do-
the impact to
If
that?
you do all of it, if we go from 2 to 4%, it will cost us 1.7 approximately, 1.4, I'm sorry, 1.4 million. It's about 700,000 for each percent, effective October 1st.
But then we wouldn't do it in April.
We wouldn't do you want to do the April one again?
No, I wouldn't, saying if we combined October 1st when because the insurance, when does the insurance kick in?
Right, and it may,
Yeah,
Council Mayor, may I-
yeah. If we
so-
can combine it,
So what he's talking about is
what
the
would the
insurance.
impact be?
1%?
Maybe next year we can go back to separating them, but it makes all sense to separate them, I understand that. But this year because of the insurance rates.
The 1% would be approximately 700,000, and then if we move the 10-year,
Yeah.
it would be another 2%, which would equal to 1% in October 1st. Right.
No, I'm asking for it to stay the same, just combine it October 1st.
Start the 4% in October.
Same question I just asked.
Mayor, I have a comment on that, if I,
Go ahead.
when I can, yes? All right, so going back to the health insurance, we went through this lengthy exercise about, this $12 million, gap that we were facing, and we had extensive conversations about how we were gonna manage the health insurance. And the reason why I'm bringing it up now is because we opted for the option that was not going to result in as much of an expense, and it also wasn't going to result in the 30% premium increase as proposed. Now, when we talk about a 1% salary increase, that's more than half of our workforce is at $50,000 or less. So a 1% for somebody earning that salary is not the same as somebody who's on the higher end of the earner scale. But when it comes to health insurance premiums, everybody pays the same amount regardless of their salary. So if we're interested in like an equitable evening out of out-of-pocket expenses for our employees in an equitable way, then we had other options that would have resulted in us absorbing more of that deficit. And we'd be in the exact same position that we're talking about now, because now we're talking about an additional $700,000 in an expenditure, which we could have picked a plan that would have lessened the out-of-cost for the employees and absorbed more of that. If we're gonna talk about like helping employees with cost of living and out-of-pocket expenses, then maybe we need to revisit how much money we're contributing into the health insurance plan so that everybody can get like a reduction on their out-of-pocket for that, because that way it'll be a little more equitable. If we do a 1%, the people that are on the bottom scale of earners are not gonna get the same increase as people at the top, and it's that insurance premium out of pocket is what's really hurting people this year.
The thing to point out is that as I understand, we had open enrollment, and we did have a lot of migration in our plans. So people are, as I understand, and I'll let HR touch a little bit more on that if they have the information. There was migration because they're going to that cheaper insurance that we have. So not everybody may have a higher insurance rate because they might be moving in there. Thank you.
No, right, I understand, Mayor, if I may.
Yes,
I
go ahead.
understand that, but that's not the point. The point is that they chose an HMO over a PPO, which now is gonna be harder for them to get pre-approved for things, potentially, right? To save money because they're looking for cost-saving measures. But I'm just strictly referring to when it comes to out-of-pocket or even the cost of the co-pays for the medicines, some of the medicines was $40, now it's $250.
Okay.
So that's a humongous jump, right? So if you give an employee at the bottom scale of our wage scale a 1% more, that's not really gonna help them with those costs as much as it would help somebody at the top end. That's what I'm talking about, just an equitable distribution. If we want to take away 700,000 in the budget from something else and put it towards being, helping people with their out of cost, I don't know if a 1% increase would be the best option, or if we opt to put that money into the health plan and, or somehow help offset some of those costs for the employees, because the city could have absorbed those $12 million and the employees wouldn't have felt an increase, but we didn't. We changed the rates. So we're changing the insurance, and then we're using the insurance as a reason to try to help them, with their expense. So I'm a little kind of just flustered with this whole thing of trying to manage, helping our employees as best as we can.
Mayor, so,
Yes, go ahead.
in essence, to put a cap on that, that was good. It's noticeable over the past 4 or 5 years or even more that any increase that you give as part of a COLA goes directly to the insurance increase. So it's really not looked upon as a raise at any level. It's just the cost of living increase is really just to pay off the insurance companies increasing the premiums. So I agree with Councilwoman Perez. It's getting frustrating to try and manage this, or manage it to death, where it's just an endless conversation of how to cut here and cut there when they're coming in on an annual basis and just increasing it at will. So we'll just continue to do our best, I guess.
And to
Mayor,
that,
if I may.
to that point,
Just to touch on that as well. They're difficult positions that we sit in, obviously. We understand what's going on with medical insurance, sky high. Every single year we see an increase, and believe me, we complain to them. I'd use another word, but we do a lot of it to them because we just see it absolutely ridiculous. But to our employees out there, we are still one of the cheapest in the entire state of Texas as far as what we provide for the employee. Even with the enormous increase we had to do this year, we still are. I've gone out there, I've looked at insurance companies to try to get out of this one with the city of Laredo. As an employee, it's still way cheaper staying here with us, unfortunately. We see that happening, we know it's very difficult, but as long as our employees see that we're trying to take care of them as best as we can, trying to give them an increase, at least to cover the portion of the insurance going to go higher and higher. And we see no end to this. I see no end to this. This is going to continue happening over and over again. They're difficult positions, and we understand where the employees are coming from. We're employees as well. It's something that the industry has seen. They're making billions and billions of dollars, and they're going to continue doing so. And I hate to say it, but it's a fact of the matter, and medical insurance is going higher and higher. All we can do is try to manage our budget as best as we can and try to make it meet. We don't want to end up like other cities that are hundreds of millions of dollars in debt and not being able to balance a budget.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't mean to rehash the can of worms with the health insurance. What I was pointing out was the equitable distribution of the 1% COLA increase, or whatever we're talking about here, is that it's not evenly distributed, because the rate increases out of pocket is not even for our employees. They pay more regardless of their salary, and when we talk about a 1% or a 2% or a 3%, that is based off of salary. So that's the distinction that I was trying to create there.
I guess, Mayor, if I may add to that, I'm already looking forward to the beginning of the next budget year. So we have a new HR director, and I already anticipate January, February, we're gonna start with that health and benefits fund, look where we're at, look at the migration, see how that impacted, and then see what else we're gonna be doing. And to Councilman Vanessa's point, you know, as we focus on increasing our revenues on general fund, any money that we can generate there to transfer to the health and benefits fund would help that fund, would help mitigate those rates for those employees. So that is something that we are talking with management, and that's a conversation that we need to sit down with our new HR director that we are gonna be having for the proposed budget, because to Councilmember Ruben's point, this is not gonna go away, the insurance. It's something that we continue to work for our employees, and we have a partnership, the city, with our employees, because we both pay those claims that come up. Part of it is the education, part of it is how we can think out of the box and make sure we get some funding available into that fund, because that's another mechanism that helps the fund reduce the overall rates for the employees without taking away from the separation of the rates that we've been working so hard to do.
So, and when you're talking about that fund, those are the reserve funds? Or is this, or the reserve fund separate? Because we've had an issue with the reserve funds.
One of our target is building that reserve fund, so when we have those, those hard years. So one of it is to build that fund, and so there's a mechanism that we can have, hoping that our revenues start continue growing with everything that's gonna help, and then building up that fund as well, so, or actually putting in money for those years to offset some of those claims as well.
So I guess before we approve this, I want to ask again, what is the one-time financial impact if we apply all 4% in October 1st?
You're looking at about $700,000.
The same as doing a 5%?
Yeah, because we're moving, remember that the 10-year is half, it costs me half of the
Yeah, no, I
700.
understand that. So it's about
It's approximately
$700,000.
$700,000.
And, you know, one of the things to look at is when you're doing it in two, the first one is gonna adjust the employee's salary, and then when they get tenure, that's additional on top of what they receive. Where if it's just one, it's gonna result in them having a lower hourly rate.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, then no, we don't want to mess with that.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
No?
Thank you.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
A motion then to approve as presented, the 2% COLA and wage schedule adjustment effective October 1st, the 2% tenured achievement effective April 1st, and the holiday schedule as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass.
Thank you, Council. We're gonna have our CIP comes up next. We have Elut that will be presenting it.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Elit de los Santos, City Engineer for the record. I'll be presenting the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan. I think everyone already has a copy of our presentation. Some of the slides I'll be presenting are repetitive from our previous budget and CIP presentations, and then towards the end, that's where we start seeing some of the projects that are.
Mayor, if I may, can somebody fix that feedback, because it keeps happening, and it's not.
I don't know, I push it down and I don't know, so can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
I'll keep it here, right? If you can't hear me,
That's perfect.
let me know and I'll.
Yeah, don't get
Welcome
down,
down.
please, yeah, it starts up again.
Okay. Well, I can get a chair too, okay. So like I said, some of the slides that I'll.
cell phone with you?
No.
That's the thing, the same thing.
Oh, let's try it. Only an
Try
engineer
that.
would think that.
So some of the presentations,
That helped?
I think it was cell phone, okay, sorry about that.
Not at all, it's not your fault.
So some of the slides, again, that I'll be presenting are touching back on some of the other presentations that we've previously done. So the capital improvement plan is a,
Without a cell phone.
He has 2 cell phones, just for the record, sorry.
It's not you, it's not you.
Where's TSA at? We need to have him scanned. Wand him.
It's a pin.
The plate in my head.
I guess I'll speak loud enough so everyone can hear me. So it's the CIP is a 5-year strategic planning tool. The purpose and the processes is guides the identification, evaluation, financing of major capital projects. Formally adopted by the mayor and city council, reviewed annually to stay responsive to the community needs. It's led by city management with active participation from engineering department, budget, finance, and in collaboration with all department heads. The benefits of a CIP is a clear assessment of local needs, alignments with community interests and long-term goals, promotes financial stability, enhances collaboration in city governance. And the scope of the projects is acquisition, construction, renovation, or major improvements of physical assets that prolong long-term value and service to the community. Starting this year, the CIP is going to be, the time frame is going to be two different ones, 1 to 5 years. And then the second one, which is the long-term planning projects, it's 6 to 10 years. So we're actively maintaining a 2-year forecast plan for our CIP in the horizon. It's updated annually. Every year it gets updated, and it's adopted as part of the city's budget process. So what I show here is the CIP process calendar. We started in October. Right now we're in July, August, which is our budget workshop. And then it's adopted, the CIP is adopted in September. During the workshop, we do a presentation of the proposed CIP to management and city council. And it's updated it's uploaded to our website. So everyone, it's available for everyone to see.
I hope nobody has hearing aids, that's gonna hurt. Yeah.
So our CIP roadmap, it's 3 steps. Step number 1, it's project identification, operational needs and service demands, city council direction, strategic planning initiatives, asset management data, community growth trends, infrastructure, condition assessments. Step 2, staff reviews. As staff evaluates feasibility, preliminary cost estimates, funding sources, operational impacts, project readiness, preliminary rankings, and we do presentations to council. And then step 3 is the project evaluation. So we evaluate based on regulatory and safety requirements, community impacts and service benefits, alignments with strategic plan, maintenance and operations impacts, infrastructure condition, economic development potential, and funding availability.
Can I ask you something, Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Where does this fall into, or do you go through the same process with our district priority funds?
No.
This is just, are you talking about the overall view of your own department, your own budget?
Our department, all the other departments. So we meet with all the departments.
Okay.
All the departments, and starting in October, we start meeting with them, started identifying their needs, started coming up with potential cost impacts, funding sources, but it's all led by with the departments, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And then our C priority labels, number 1 is mandated, legally required, or essential for public health and safety. Number 2 is obligated. 3, high priority. The majority of our projects right now that we have proposed are in the high priority range. We have 4 moderate, and then 5 desirable. Our CIP categories are divided into 8. Mobility infrastructure, public health and safety, utility infrastructure, cultural and recreational, Fort Laredo, information technology, facilities improvements, and neighborhood improvements. So our project delivery framework is into 3 phases. The first phase is the concept and evaluation. So we do scope definition, our preliminary cost estimate, identification of potential funding sources, and analysis of operational impacts. Our phase 2 is design and funding confirmation. We go through what we do as engineering design, permitting, refine cost estimates, and confirmation of project funding. And then finally, we have the construction. We work through our procurement process, contracting, and project implementation. So for our FY 26, some of our major accomplishments, Springfield Phase 2A, World Trade Bridge, 4 building improvements, City of Laredo Health Department site assessment upgrades, North Central Park, Church number 1 and 3 improvements, Buena Vista Sports Complex Phase 1A. We also have the Plaza Theater roof replacement, Riverbank Hike and Bike Trail, Southern Hotel rehab, George Papa's tennis courts overlay, the high density mineral bond maintenance project that we did citywide, and then finally we have St. Salvador Arena, the roof replacement. Looking up for our FY 27, some of our major goals are the completion of Buena Vista Sports Complex Phase 1B, the World Trade expansion, and Metro Transit Center building maintenance improvements, Fire Station number 10, Fleet Annex buildings, Center for the Arts renovation, James Auto Arena renovations, Plaza Theater preservation and restoration, the completion of all 3 phases for the Plaza Theater, Shiloh Bike and Trails improvements, Police Annex on McPherson, property room improvements, and then 2 studies that we're going to be spearheading is the Union Pacific and freight studies with the freight studies in collaboration with the RMA and the MPO.
Mayor, can you go back to that other one?
Yes, sir.
Just, if you have it, if you don't, no problem. I think it'd be a good idea to put the total number of cost on each one.
Okay.
And what the proposed cost is, and if we have a funding source already for them. These are the major goals that you're stating for 2027. I think it's important that we that the major goals are there, but they're doable. They're going to be funded. They're going to be and not shelf products. You know.
Yeah, we can definitely get that.
And these are not categorized by priority?
No, not priority. They're just they're listed.
The list.
Yeah, just listed.
Thank you.
I have a question. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't see the Springfield extension on there and the Center for the Arts building. I don't remember that ever becoming like a major topic of conversation. My understanding is that the tenants are supposed to take care of that building. I could be wrong.
No, we do have a project from the last CIP for the renovations for these.
Is there like a need for the renovations in terms of like the roof or damage?
There's water damage inside. The windows are, everyone knows it's an old building, so all the wood in the buildings is all cracked. Water's infiltrating inside already, so that there is a need when you go out through.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Yeah, if I may. So the agreement with the Center of the Arts building is that, and this is most of our lease agreements as well too, they maintain ongoing maintenance of the building. We are still responsible for the structural work, so the roof, the HVAC systems, the things that are more structural in basis, we take care of, and that's why that project is on there, because it's above and beyond what the tenant would actually cover.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're responsible, I want to say they're responsible for 10,000 and under expenditures, and anything major the city has to fix. And so right now the building is very dilapidated, and so we're going in there to try to weatherize. We have Juan Romero Sanchez, the architects, they're on board. Actually, we just had a meeting, it was yesterday, or the day before, a walkthrough outside. And it's really to weatherize the building because we have a lot of leaks. The windows are, I think they all failed already. And so we're looking at all those things and try to maintain and keep up our building for the next 10, 20 years. And there'll be a presentation to council once they come up with a plan, and so we can get a final approval from council and to proceed. I think we have about $3 million for that project. That was already approved prior, I want to say last year.
May I, Mayor Pro
Yeah.
That was approved in last year's CIP funding.
Okay, so the
And
show.
just, where does Springfield Extension fall on the priorities?
So I didn't list all the projects, but Springfield Phase 1, we're actually advertising this weekend
Oh, okay.
for construction, and then following that, we're going to be advertising for Springfield 2B, which is the continuation of 2A, which started international, ended up adjacent to that neighborhood, our first entrance in the neighborhood. 2B will continue and connect to Shiloh.
So that one's up moving forward as well?
Yes,
Okay, perfect, thank you.
There's a lot of projects, and it's hard to list everything.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, real
Yeah,
quick, and
go
those projects are already funded, Councilmember, just
Oh,
so
they're
you
just
know.
continue,
They're
ongoing.
already funded, and those are the two segments that are pending on Springfield. The Springfield Phase 1, which is from Del Mar to International, like Mr. Los Santos mentioned, that's advertising this weekend. Once we receive bids, we'll bring them to council, and we'll be moving forward with construction. The last segment pending will be the one just south of Shiloh, and that will complete the entire corridor. You'll be able to drive Springfield, I believe, from Market all the way to the Loop.
But, real quick, so but the part from Springfield, the part from Shiloh South, that's probably the most expensive piece.
Yes, and that's
So-
under design already. We're about 95% of the plans. I know they're being reviewed by engineering department. As soon as those come in, but we already have funding for those.
Oh, we have funding?
Yes, we do.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Mr. Los Santos, on 2027 major goals, I see police annex on McPherson. What building are we talking about there?
It's the building that's located at 5212
Is
McPherson Road.
that the tag center, or is it? I'm sorry,
Yes, I
what
think
was
it
the
is.
block number?
5212. It's,
No,
Jason.
that's not going to be that. Yes, please, Chief.
Good afternoon, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. Chief Miguel Rodriguez for the record. The annex is the building, that's the glass building right here next door. The reason that we put this as a priority, the situation that we're encountering with the Tony Sanchez building, it's in dire need of improvements. And so they're asking for $2 million, and so it's a little bit over 20,000 square feet. And so going over the numbers, it makes sense to purchase something like this to reduce the stress of our current headquarters. Because right now.
That's a purchase price, Chief? or
That's a purchase price. Well, that's the asking price. We just finished evaluating it, or appraising it, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And it came back at 1.8, I believe.
Great.
And so we're in motion to pass the budget and see if we can make an offer, because it makes sense to pay that amount of money for a 20,000 square foot building versus building something from the ground up.
Sure.
Which is costing us almost $650 per square foot.
Right. It's going to be at least triple that, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chief, appreciate it.
Eliud, so this list, it's zero funding that has been allocated for this major projects, or?
All
are
of them
they
have been,
ongoing
all
as
of them
well?
are funded except for the last three. Those are being proposed on the funding. So once I get to, more on my presentation, you'll see the last three projects part of either a PPFCO or a CO.
Okay, so this is just goals?
Goals, yes.
Great, thank you.
So this is our capital improvement plan for the FY '27, FY 2031. So the city remains committed to investing in and maintaining its capital assets, including streets, parks, public safety facilities, and other public infrastructure. For the FY '27, the estimated capital project budget is $601.3 million. And the total project investments for the 5-year CIP project is around $2 billion. And the pie chart over here shows a percentage of those $2 billion, how it's going to be projected as a total investment. And then this is the categories for the FY '27 by our 8 categories that I previously touched bases on. And they're led more by the Port Laredo category and the utilities.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes.
On the plans that you had before, I'm going back and I just drew a question in my head about the Springfield extension. When you do something like that, are we doing anything different to set up the infrastructure, utilities and all that, along with the extension?
Yes, we are.
And so that, but that doesn't become part of yours, it becomes part of utilities?
It's a whole, it's a project by itself, a whole, includes everything, and we reach out to
Oh,
the
okay,
respective
you bring everybody
department, and
together.
if there's a need for them to do any extensions or any improvements within that area, then they'll participate in some of that funding, or some of that, the funding needed to do those improvements.
Okay. No, well, I'm saying because I would hate to do all that work and then have to
No,
go
no.
back along.
We always have that communication with all the departments that have potential projects, and especially utilities, trying to make sure that we have no dead ends. If
Right.
there's no street there, more like there's gonna be some dead ends, or some lift stations that are within that area. Sometimes we just extending a pipe through under a right-of-way could eliminate a lift station and overhead costs for, maintenance and operations of a lift station. So we do that, we do have that. Let me go back to the slide. So this is the department's summary by department. And this is the funding source for the FY '27. It's all by the percentages. And then we have the proposed COs, PPF COs, and tax notes. And then for the FY '27, as Jesus had mentioned, our funding source is going to be $86 million, I'm sorry. We're proposing for the 2026 certificate of obligations, 5.6 million. For the airport certificate of obligation, 14.5. For the sports community revenue bond, 15 million. For tax notes for 2026, 21.2 million. And then for the PPFCOs, it's $29.7 million.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. De Los Santos, I'm sorry to ask you to go back. The funding source summary of FY '27, you have text on it 2.5%.
Borrow, you want to borrow this one? Rick, you want to share it?
Yeah.
The 2.5% is dedicated to the projects on Loop 20, the city participation, or?
There are various projects that we have. Some of it, it's for the Loop 20, but we have other projects that we're working with them. And then some of our SIP loans that we requested for some of the projects that we're working with TechStop, so.
So it's state funds that come into our budget?
Yes, either through their state or a grant that we request through them.
Okay.
So for the 2026 CO bonds, the $5.6 million, this is the list of the projects that we have. Some of them are with parks, led by parks, and then some of them are led with the engineering department. And then for the airport certificate obligation bond of $14.5 million, it's the airport terminal improvement project, $12 million, and then the airfield maintenance building, $2.5 million. For the sports complex, the $15 million, this is for the Buena Vista Sports Complex Phase 1B. For the 2026 tax notes, the 21.2 million, we have several projects. Some of them are with police, public works, for street reconstruction, engineering. Like I mentioned, we have the Union Pacific study. That study is very similar to the study that was previously done on Canadian Pacific, Kansas City Southern, where they identify the crossings within the city. So what that will allow us is identify crossings, but now on the Union Pacific, going north, within the city limits, so we can study, see what the enhancements that we need to do, so we can start pursuing grants through the state or at the federal level. And then we also have the freight study. That's the one we're going to be working with the RMA and NPO, and that's to evaluate their existing mobility, safety, and that plan will provide us with a strategic plan to implement some of those saving enhancements through the city.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Take me a little bit through the Union Pacific one. It's very important, I think, that we understand. This is only on the city's part, our obligation to having Union Pacific, if they go through anything that they have to do, any improvements on their end, it has to include our part also?
So what this study will do is identify all the crossings that we have within the city, right?
Right.
on a certain segment or length of
Let's say
of the
Mines
track.
Road,
Let's say, so you have that. Some of those crossings are, the safety enhancements of those crossings are old or not to the current standards of the UP and the industry, right? So those are identified through this study. A recommendation is made through that study, and they determine a potential cost for that project. So once we have that, that's a tool that will give us the authority, not authority, a way to start requesting funding, because that's one of the main things that the Federal Railroad Administration wants to see a city
That was what I was
is
saying.
establishing. You already identified the problem, you have a solution, and you have a potential cost.
Right. So, I mean, it doesn't have to do anything with whoever's using the tracks.
No.
It has to do everything with us providing a safety program for those tracks in order for us to travel. And the FTA is the one who provides you with the funding.
Yes.
With their grants. Okay.
So, it could be done with partnership. We'll talk to Union Pacific to see if there's a cost sharing that we can do with them as far as paying for that study.
Mhm.
Because it benefits them too, right?
Correct.
It benefits all parties, so we can definitely continue doing that.
And any of those, are we, you're only looking at safety, are we looking at, what were we calling it? The,
Quiet zone?
yeah, the quiet zone?
So, talking to the FRA, these projects are led by safety, right?
Mhm.
Safety is the most important for the railroad and for us. So the quiet zone, it's an after all the improvements, all the safety improvements have been done through all the crossings, there's a process where you request for a potential for a quiet zone. So when we went out to Washington, talking to the FRA, they said that a quiet zone, it could
It's
potentially be
cosmetic.
granted, but there's possibility that it may not be granted, right? So.
Yeah, do they see it as cosmetic, you know?
They see
in a
it
sense?
more as this is our safety enhancements for the safety of the
No,
the
I
traffic.
get that, I get that, but I think it offers a good on-ramp for noise pollution also, you
Yes.
know? And so it creates that.
Just to clarify, it's to improve the average crossings, and once those improvements are made, then we can apply for a quiet zone.
Yeah, no, so he took me through that, but I'm just curious to say that, why it would be viewed, it's viewed more as a cosmetic type deal more, it's that, or not as important. Where it's very important right now, especially in your district and everything that crosses through it. So at high level of importance for that, and you know, where are we with applying for those? I mean, because those are gonna come pretty soon. They've already done some adjustments in those, in the east-west corridor.
So right now, we have a consultant that's working on the Creasy grant that the city had received
Creasy's the one.
for the Kansas
Yes.
City Pacific segment. So we're working with a consultant. We're doing the project management plan with them, and it's all part of the FRA requirements. And then we're gonna do 30% plans of those 31 locations. Once we have that, then that will give us the opportunity to continue applying for grants, right?
Okay.
So we can't just be applying for grants because the grant comes up. They want to see a plan and they want to see movement on what they already have given you, right? So
Right.
I know everyone's aware, the city also received a grant from the state to do a grade separation on Santa Maria.
Okay.
So that, you know, we're working in correlation. The Creasy grant is kind of like the base of the whole project, moving up. Once, I guess if you see like a pyramid, as you move up, you refine the design, and as you get further up, you start needing, you know, the real dollars, right? So
Right.
that's when we start reaching out for the state or the FRA. And the FRA, when we had the meeting with them, they're aware that we have the Creasy grant, and they're always pushing like, hey, once you get to this milestone, you know, there's this type of grants that you could apply to based on the project that you have and the study that you're doing.
Okay,
Mayor,
excellent.
if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I think Councilman Garza brings up a good question, and I think one of the things that we've learned over the years, as far as when we go to Washington and Austin, or when we talk to TxDOT, or when we talk to the railroads, or whatever entity we talk to, is that when we're pushing for the priorities and projects in our community, they want us to come to the table with money. And I think that's when the conversation of the TRZs started, in that we would start capturing some of that increment, and we would set it aside so that when we go to the table, we're not empty-handed. Because if we go to them and ask them to fund a project, they're gonna say, well, how much are you putting in? And I think over the years, Laredo has always struggled with having that money available to, you know, there's been this misconception that, well, it's your problem, you should fund it, and we always have this debate on, well, who's gonna pay for it? And everybody has great ideas, but, you know, nobody wants to pay for it. So I think we've learned that we need to start setting money aside, and we need to do our part to initiate or make the study or get the ball rolling in some way. And then that would justify them giving us these grants, because there's so many communities competing for grants and funding, and if we're not willing to put some money into it, then we get overlooked. And that's one of the reasons I believe our community has fallen behind on infrastructure and some of these projects, is that we don't do a good job of putting money aside so that we can be partners in a project without expecting somebody else to fund the whole thing. And that's why we keep getting overlooked. But I think we've shifted, and now we're getting, you know, we've gotten a lot smarter in how we approach them, and now you're starting to see a lot more grants come in. So I do think it's money well spent, because it shows that we're putting some skin in the game, and then we can push for the rest of the funding. So it's a good.
Thank you for that comment. That's exactly what we're doing, you know, seeing that, showing them that we're willing to invest time and money into this type of projects. And then the next, the ones that we have is the PPFCOs. So those are majority fire, parts, engineering for automotive equipment and machinery. That's at 29.7 million. And that concludes my presentation, unless anyone has any other questions.
Any questions, anybody? Motion to, do you need a motion to approve the CIP?
Believe so, right?
Motion to approve. Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lozano. Thank you.
Mayor, if we can bring up planning for presentation, we have somebody on standby, so we could bring them up
Motion
next.
to bring up planning. Motion, second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Here, and I'm gonna help set the groundwork for Mr. Graves as well too. As you're aware, we had hired Charles Graves to assist us a few months ago in assessing our planning and zoning development department. And so he had some personal matters to attend to, so we've got him on Zoom. I think you can see him on the screen as well too once we get there. But I wanted to set the stage on this thing because this presentation is a little different than the regular presentations we've been receiving from all the departments. This is about a resetting or a reconstruction of how our planning and building departments are going to operate. And so between Ms. Guerrera, Mr. Graves, we wanted to show you exactly all the work that we had been doing up to this point, and we were building it into the budget to take the planning and building departments the rest of the way. And so I'm really excited about this one. I've given them time to pull up the map, the presentation and everything, and there's Mr. Graves online, so I'll get out of the way.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is a pleasure to present my observations and analysis of the Department of originally planning, but we're talking about Development Services Department because it's more than just planning; it's all encompassing. And so I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes just sharing with you some of my observations and analysis.
Very good.
Next slide. So the scope of services was a 90-day observation and analysis of the Department of Development Services, a great group of people, really committed, and I really enjoyed my experience there in Laredo. It's a great city.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you should move here.
So starting off, I met with all the department staff members. There are about 75 members in the department. I met with them individually. I met with them in groups. And if people wanted to just share some additional information with me, my door was always open. And I got a lot of good input. People were very candid and very, very open. I also met with developers, builders, contractors, met with over 100. I met with the Home Builders Association, the chambers, a lot of the development businesses at their sites, on site, and it was really, really helpful to get the other side of the perspective from the staff side to development side. I also attended developers meetings. In the department, it's called pre-development. There's some pre-development meetings where developers meet with staff to talk about their plans and ideas and get input from the staff. And I attended as many of those as possible. And then I wanted to have some more staff meetings. It was really important for me to communicate with them and for them to, more importantly, communicate to me some ideas in terms of observations and improvements. And then I looked at other cities in the state. I looked at San Antonio. I looked at Austin, and I looked at I think there were a couple of other smaller cities. And so I found out, as you saw in the budget presentation, we're probably in the middle, lower part of the middle in terms of fees that we're charging. I also looked at permitting fees and how they were collected. Next slide, please. So here's some of the observations. The first is customer service. And as you enter the lobby, there's a staff person to the left who is warm and welcoming, and asks how she can be of help, how the department can be of help, and then depending on their needs, and appropriate staff person will assist them. In talking to the frontline staff, though, they wanted more training. They wanted to be more helpful to the customers as they came in. So if someone wanted a rezoning or a subdivision or open a new business, they wanted to be more helpful in terms of being able to direct them to the appropriate person. And I thought that was really amenable to hearing that they really wanted to be more helpful. So that brings me up to the second, which is the cross-training. And again, that additional training, particularly also for permitting and the approval process. So not just the front line, but the permitting staff, the zoning staff, they've all requested more training. And I'm also thinking of cross-training. So if you're not just looking at zoning, that you're also familiar with site plan, and you're also familiar with historic preservation. So having staff cross-trained and also being able to cover for another staff person just in case they're out of the office. So that was something that I thought was important, and the staff really is looking forward to that. And then also certifications. Some of the staff have not received the required certifications. They've been on the job maybe for a year or two. It's a young staff. There have been some turnovers. So the staff is young, a lot of entry, but we also do have some great seasoned staff members. But certification is really important that I think the department needs to continue to press and help support. And some have not been able to pass the first time, but the department does help pay for that cost. So those certifications are important, and particularly when our inspectors go out, they want to make sure that they are certified, because we don't want any questions in terms of their knowledge. Next slide. So in terms of some observations, consistency in the plans and construction approvals. So I heard a lot from developers and builders about different staff people having different interpretations of the code. And so one of the things I had recommended was to make sure that if there is a code citation, that it be cited, so that the applicant knows if there's some questions, where to go and look up that citation in the building code or zoning code. Applicants receive comments, not zoning related requirements, and sometimes staff gets a little bit zealous in suggesting some more cosmetic versus required. And so again, that goes back to the training, goes back to certification, but again, that ongoing training is something that I think is important. And then in terms of covering for those hiccups in the department, the senior management spends a lot of hours in the day addressing the customer's complaints, and that is important. But our managers also need to keep an eye on the big picture, and so one of the things that while I was there and talking to management about the time that they're spending on addressing the customer complaints, which again is important, but also being able to set the course for the broader picture and leadership. And then finally, plan approval and software. The department has taken a look at new software for their plan review and construction plans. And so the department now has, and I'm sure Vanessa is going to talk about this, that there's some new software. I understand that the vendor came into town this past week and was able to help our staff or your staff with some of those flaws and making some adjustments on their end. So I feel really good with where the department is heading with their plan approval software. So in conclusion, again, the staff is highly motivated, and they're committed to the department, but not just to the department, but to the city itself. And I think that speaks highly to the leadership. The ongoing training of staff is essential. That software, particularly for the customers, had been aggravating, but I understand that the vendor has solved a lot of those problems. And then stability and leadership will be required. And I know that there have been, there's the reorganization, and then there have been some changes in leadership. But staff is looking for some stability in the leadership, and I'm sure that the manager is working on that. And at the end, many of the concerns are actually being addressed based on the study observations. So it was a very quick 3 months. I learned a lot, I shared a lot, and hopefully I shared some insights from an outside person looking into this really great organization, this great department, and great part of the city. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you all might have.
Yeah, let me ask it.
Okay, go ahead.
I do have a question. This is Mayor. Mr. Graves, in your observations, people that have...
Could you speak up? I'm really having a little bit hard time hearing.
All right, there we go, okay. Mr. Graves, in regards to people that have been there working for many years but are not certified, but are very knowledgeable of what they do, is there any observation that you would say that it would be applicable or make sense that they would be given certification based on their experience, or to what degree would that involve getting the technical knowledge to get certified?
Well, it's my understanding these are state certifications. So the city could not award that. And you're right, Mr. Mayor, that there are staff that are seasoned who have a lot of experience. I would say most of the ones that have been there for several years have their certification. It's just the ones that are in the beginning stages that are having a little bit of difficulty, and maybe some tutoring with some of the more seasoned staff would also help. And so they're talking about peer-to-peer support and mentoring. And again, the city does support in paying for the first, I think, first or second test.
All right, and what would you recommend for these applicants that failed the test, or people that are already employed that failed the test? Would there be an opportunity, or would it make sense to provide them with a course on how to pass that test?
Well, I think that the management has already discussed the need to have people certified, and I think that the department is giving people, I believe, 6 months to 9 months to a year, depending on the scope of the certification. But I believe that the management is really supporting them in terms of using that street knowledge, if you will, and you can take it online. So there's a lot of practice courses that you could take to get you, and again, other people who aren't certified, they can work together. So there are a lot of ways that they can do it, but it's just something that I observed that really needs to happen for both sides.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nev. That question is for you.
Yeah,
Is there
Mr.
any
Mayor.
way we can have a practice, not a practice course, but a practice test, but a practice course?
Certainly, yeah, Mayor and City Council, and really what I wanted to make sure that happened here, we have a twofold process here for the planning and development presentation for this. Mr. Graves, of course, we brought him in to really assess over the top of our department to determine these things. And so what I will say is that the next individual that I'm bringing up is Ms. Guerrera as our director of the planning and building department, and she will tell you how we're going to implement some of this and how it's all going to move forward. Mr. Graves provided that oversight to make sure that we understood exactly what was happening within our department. Did a fantastic job of that. He met with a lot of people in order to do that, and I really appreciate what Mr. Graves has done. Now it becomes our job from here moving forward as to how do we utilize this data and this information and pull it forward. So I don't know if there's any other questions for Mr. Graves while we have him online.
Well, I was just gonna ask to see if he identified any, and I don't know if Ms. Guerra is gonna provide us with that, any structural issues that are within that department that he identified to make the recommendation to move along. In other words, by structural, I mean the kind of like the hierarchy from within. If there's anything that's of concern that we could do better, were those part of the part of the suggestions that he made, and we're gonna have to implement. I've always said that, and not necessarily just this department, but I always figured that we were understaffed, under-resourced, and under-trained in that department. And so I'm not sure if that applies to the presentation she's gonna make right now.
It'll be part of it. I think what Mr. Graves is alluding to, and I'm going to put words in your mouth, Mr. Graves, just so you know. We've got good bones within this department. We have a good structure. I think the challenge we've always had is planning and development has had similar problems with every one of our departments. We got really good at establishing our standards by the amount of resources we provided to the service.
Yeah.
And the problem is that our business environment does not want to move that slow. That's part of the biggest challenge that we have. The establishment of what Ms. Guerrero will talk about as well too is that we are trying to overlay standards, because my point is that if we want to get a plan development out of our office in 48 hours, then I have to have the resources plugged into that to get out 48 hours. And so we're utilizing those. And I would say that over the last 3 years, I do know that they've been tightening those parameters up, but we haven't fully evolved into where we need to be. And I think that's where we're headed now. I think that what we saw in here, we got good quality people. Sometimes when they're starting out in the career and everything, we have to train them. I mean, I'm a proponent that we have to, at times we get really good people and we have to train them up to the skills that they need for that service. Once we have that there, now it's just a resource allocation, and it is how fast can we get this work done. And then if you talk to anybody in the industry, and Councilmember Garza, you're in that industry as well too, time is money. We have to get this stuff done, and we have to get it out, and we have to keep it moving. We can fix everything that is a cause and effect, but the nature of this thing is that we have to, a majority of the work has to work the right way, and that's where we were headed. I think what Mr. Graves saw is that the bones are good. It is actually just expanding a lot on what you're saying, is that we have to get those pieces there. And so I'm going to get out of the way and let Ms. Guerrero get up there. If you have any other questions for Mr. Graves, he's there. If not, Ms. Guerrero, she's going to tag over and take it the rest of the way. So.
If we could bring up the presentation, please. Oh. Is it supposed to be me doing it? Sorry. Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Vanessa Guerra, Director, Planning and Zoning Department. Just wanted to first thank everybody for the opportunity to present our proposed transformation and digital modernization roadmap for our Planning and Zoning Department. I'm going to be referring to my notes. I just don't want to miss anything. Be talking a lot, and I just don't want to skip over anything. So what I'll be presenting today is a 3-year strategy for strengthening our operations and ultimately transitioning towards a unified development services model. The roadmap is intended to address, is intended to address some of the operational challenges that we face today, while also preparing the department for increasing demands of development, new technology, regulatory changes, and the expectations of our customers. More importantly, this is not intended to be simply change for change's sake. It's intended to create a department that is more consistent, accountable, efficient, and customer-focused. So, I'll begin by briefly discussing why we believe change is necessary, what we're trying to accomplish. I'll then go ahead and walk us through the 3-year roadmap, and then specifically the initiatives proposed in each year. Year 1 primarily is about building a foundation. 2 moves us into implementation and integration. Year 3 focuses on optimization, automation, performance measurement, and making these improvements sustainable. So, why change? Before discussing solutions, I think it's important that we acknowledge the challenges we're trying to solve. We continue to encounter concerns regarding consistency in our plan review comments, inspection results. We also have a significant amount of manual and duplicative data entry because our systems just don't talk to each other very well. Some of our technology is also very difficult for our customers to navigate, particularly our plan review process. Some of that software limits, the limitations create additional work for our staff. At the same time, certification, recruitment, retention, and turnover continue to affect our ability to maintain institutional knowledge and technical capacity. The concern is that if we don't modernize, if we don't change, these issues are just going to continue to contribute to inconsistent timeframes, differing code interpretations, duplicative work, limited transparency, and ultimately just continued customer frustration. So the purpose of the roadmap is to systematically address those issues rather than just to continue to manage it one by one by one. I think this is mine. I hope this one's mine. Okay. So, as I've mentioned, the purpose of the roadmap is to provide a structured approach for transforming the Planning and Zoning and Building Services Department into a more unified, coordinated development services operation. We've chosen 6 areas of focus: workforce development, performance and accountability, consistency, reliability, customer service, standardized operations, and technology modernization. We want to emphasize that we're proposing a phased approach. We should not attempt to change everything at one time. So we have to continue, our day-to-day business as usual. We have to continue issuing permits, reviewing plans, conducting inspections, and serving the public throughout this transformation. So this roadmap is going to allow us to improve the organization while maintaining our continuity of service. As mentioned previously, year 1 is to build the foundation. In year 1, we want to strengthen our processes, policies, our workforce, our technology planning, and accountability. Year 2 is for implementation and integration. That's when we begin to deploy technology improvements, redesigning operations, improving customer access, and expanding organizational capacity. By year 3, we should have enough performance data and operational experience to refine our workflows, automate any appropriate process, measure results, and establish a culture of continuous improvement. The ultimate outcome that we want, that we intend to reach, is a modern development services model that provides more predictable service, better equip our employees to do their jobs, and ultimately improve our customers' experience. So here we have the slide. It captures the roadmap at a glance. So you see that again, year 1 is deliberately focused on stabilization and standardization. We propose to establish the development services structure, clearly identify decision-making authority, continue third-party support where necessary, establish baseline performance metrics, and interim service standards, standardized review and inspections, and invest in our workforce readiness. Year 2 builds upon that foundation through technology implementation, improvements to the one-stop shop customer portal service, RICO Laredo implementation, ordinance and fee updates, and addresses facility constraints. By year 3, we're going to shift our focus towards optimization, improving workflows, reducing unnecessary manual processes, reducing reliance on consultants as internal capacity improves, moving towards performance-based management, carefully introducing AI tools, and publishing an annual performance report. So as you can see, these are not independent projects. This work builds year by year upon the work completed in the previous year. So So, the first proposed organizational change is to rename the Planning and Zoning Department as the Development Services Department. This is more than a name change. The intent is to recognize that planning and zoning and building development services are part of the overall development process. Under the proposed structure, planning would operate as one division and building development services as another, under a unified departmental leadership and structure. For the customer, the distinction between the departments is often less important than getting their project through the city's development process. Our organizational structure should therefore encourage coordination and rather than create unnecessary internal boundaries. One of the most important year one initiatives is to clearly establish delegated authority. So we want to make sure that we clearly identify who does what, who can do what. So who has the authority to interpret code, approve plans, reject or condition applications, resolve technical disputes, approve alternate methods, authorize COs, assign third-party reviews, and resolve conflicting department comments. This is important for accountability and efficiency. Employees should understand what decisions they're authorized to make. Customers should receive consistent answers, and matters should only be evaluated or elevated rather to management when genuinely necessary. Clearly defining authority reduces delays and makes routine decisions unnecessarily difficult if they're having to move through multiple levels. So the next initiative in our year one is to maintain our expanded building official capacity. Our proposed model provides 2 certified building officials, 1 internal, and 1 through a third-party partnership with the consulting firm AOCA. The intent is not to permanently outsource our responsibilities. However, the purpose is to provide interim operational stability and additional technical capacity while we continue to develop our internal staff and strengthen our process. This partnership provides, again, technical oversight, building services, mentoring for our inspectors, assistance with plan review, quality assurance, complex code interpretations, and continuity if we have unexpected vacancies or staff shortages. Again, as our internal capacity grows, we foresee that our reliance on this external support should diminish. Another major component of the roadmap is moving towards measurable service standards. It's important that we know how much work we're doing and how effectively we're doing it. We propose to establish measurable standards for initial plan reviews, resubmittals, inspection scheduling, completions of COs, inactive permits, 311 cases, customer complaints, basically everything we do. The service standards we feel must be realistic. There will always be legitimate circumstances that require additional time, such as incomplete applications, significant revisions, particularly complex projects, or outside agencies that need to comment. However, the objective is not to create artificial deadlines. It's just to make sure that we have reasonable expectations that measure our performance and everybody understands what those are. Standardization is another major year one priority. For inspections, we're proposing uniform checklists, regular inspection coordination, supervisory field audits, same-day inspection results where possible, an inspection procedures manual, and a CO readiness checklist. For plan review, we want to move towards one primary reviewer per project where, again, where feasible, standardized comment libraries, mandatory code citation, clear and actionable comments, deliberate supervisor oversight, and formal plan review procedures module. The principle behind all of these initiatives is pretty simple. We want a customer should not receive substantially different service depending on the employee they happen to be working with, right? Consistency protects the customer, the employee, and all of us, the whole city. At this point, I just want to make sure that we emphasize that we are already offering third-party plan review services. They're now available through our partnership with AOCA, and we'll be moving forward with making sure that all our forward-facing information shares this. Moving on to our workforce. Again, none of these improvements will be sustainable without investing in our employees. Technology alone just can't fix the whole problem. Can't fix the problem, can't fix the organization. We need qualified, trained, confident employees that understand their technical responsibilities and the service expectations of our organization. Our workforce strategy includes obtaining and maintaining our certifications, cross-training, leadership development, succession planning, customer service training, technology training, and making sure that we're compensating competitively. We also need to create opportunities for our employees to develop professionally so that we can build our next generation of supervisors and technical experts. Ultimately, the strongest long-term investment is in the people who provide these services every day. Another year two initiative is the redesigning of our one-stop shop process. The objective with our one-stop shop is not simply to put multiple departments in the same room. What we want is make sure that we have a coordinated development review process. For major projects, that could include assigning a project coordinator, defined escalation procedures, improved communication with the applicants, concurrent departmental reviews, consolidated comments, and making sure that we have clearer code reference guidance. The goal is to reduce duplication, prevent customers from having to navigate city departments individually, or to resolve conflicting comments, or determine where the project stands. We just want to make sure that the development review process becomes more predictable and easier for our customers to navigate. Technology. So we're looking to modernize our technology. It is perhaps one of the most visible components of the roadmap, but it is important that we approach it carefully. We are currently evaluating Tyler, Acela, and AOCA platforms, and looking at these platforms specifically through the lens of Laredo's business, processes, and our operational needs. We do not want to purchase technology and then force fit our processes into the software. We need to understand the software and how it will support our workflows, and make sure that we make a decision that best supports the work that we have to do. The capabilities that we ultimately want to have are online applications, electronic plan review, customer portal access, online payments, inspection scheduling, automated workflows, GIS integration, mobile inspections, dashboard reporting, and improved digital records management. More importantly, we want all of these to be integrated with one another and all the softwares to talk to one another. So we're not having to duplicate entry to cover the gaps. For customers, ideally, this means fewer unnecessary trips to our offices, better access to information, and an easier way to track all their projects. For employees, it should and hopefully will mean reducing repetitive administrative work so they can spend time on what's important: technical review, problem solving, and customer service. Year 2 will also involve implementation of RECODE. Adopting a new development code is only the beginning. Implementation of a whole new land development code requires significant operational preparation. Applications will need to be revised, procedures and checklists need to be updated, technology and systems need to be configured or reconfigured, staff trained, transition rules established. The public would need to be educated. We're going to have to provide significant guidance. Our objective is to make the transition as understandable for our employees, for the development community, and the general public. Year 2 also involves review of our ordinances and fees. So we're proposing a comprehensive evaluation of our development-related fees. We propose a cost of service study that evaluates permit fees, technology fees, third-party fees, basically all the departmental fees. This does not automatically mean that all the fees would be increasing or any fee would increase. We just want to make sure that we understand what our services actually cost and determine whether the existing fee structure is appropriately supporting those services, and that make sure that we are moving towards a financially sustainable model. Any resulting fee ordinances, fee increases would of course have to come back to council for approval. Another area of focus in our modernization plan involves us looking at our physical working environment. We want to evaluate if our current facility presents limitations for staffing, customer service, coordination, or even our future growth. The roadmap therefore proposes to evaluate relocation or maybe alternative space opportunities for any of the services being provided currently, expanding our one-stop shop capacity, co-locating review staff where appropriate, improving our front counter service area, and provide a dedicated project coordination space. Physical proximity alone will not solve the coordination problems, but a properly designed environment really does make collaboration easier and more accessible to our customers. Finally, year 3, our emphasis shifts from building and implementing to just improving them based on actual results. We will examine workflows for unnecessary approvals or repetitive comments, excessive cycles, bottlenecks, or maybe even staffing imbalances. Where appropriate, we can automate low-value manual tasks and expand administrative approvals where legally authorized. We also want to make sure that we move towards performance-based management. This means evaluating service standard compliance and looking at overall performance and data quality. At this stage, we should also be ready to start reducing our reliance on our third-party consultants and making sure that while we preserve those relationships, that the specialty expertise and technical capacity is within our building.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Guerra, quick question, which part do we use our third-party consultants in?
right now, we have partnered with a full-service company that provides building official services. That's the third-party building official that we have, that I mentioned, that we have 2 building officials on site. So we have a third-party building official, full-time, working with us, as well as our own internal certified building official.
So we just want to be completely all just.
And they offer, that same company offers full service, so they could supplement our inspection services, plan review services, planning service. They provide everything. They have people that do everything that we do in our building. So, continuing on with year 3, one of the parts of the plan proposes to carefully introduce an AI pilot initiative. So the potential uses for the AI would include application completeness review. This is something that takes us quite a bit of time, staff time. Customer guidance, consistency checks, maybe project history summaries. At no time would AI be responsible for approvals or denials or anything like that. It would simply be there to support the professional judgment, in no way replace our staff. Finally, we propose publishing an annual performance report so that management, council, and staff, and the public can see measurable information regarding service delivery, operational efficiency, customer experience, workforce readiness, and financial performance. So, almost to the end. Our commitment. Ultimately, this roadmap is about a new it's really not about a new department name or a new software or even any single initiative. It's about the type of organization that we want to be. Our commitment is to build a department that consistently delivers reliability, greater accountability, and better service for our community. We know that transformation will take time. There will be challenges. We undoubtedly will probably need to adjust in the course and adjust to things that we encounter that when we learn what works and what doesn't work, right? But we believe having this clear direction, measurable expectations, and a phased implementation strategy gives a much better foundation for this improvement. Before I conclude, I thought I was done. I just wanted to recognize and thank our city management, leadership, for the support that they've shown us with this effort. Meaningful organization improvement requires management support and employees willing to embrace higher expectations and new ways of working. Our staff understands that this roadmap represents a commitment, not simply to modernization, but to better public service. We appreciate the opportunity to make these improvements, and we're committed to do the work to build a development services department that all of our employees can be proud of and that our community can rely on. So with that, thank you.
Ms. Guerra, I do have a question.
Sure.
We know that sometimes the builders have expectations that are not realistic. They come in with proposals that are not even compliant to anything. And a lot of them are not savvy on A1. So when they come in, is there something that we could do to give them a brochure or a checklist on what they need to bring before they go into the actual process? Because a lot of the frustration of these builders is that they don't help. The building department doesn't help, and they provide a lot of difficulties. And I see that it's mainly not that, it's that they're not educated on what they need to do. So customer service, if anything could be included initially when they come in, before they go into the process or they get bounced around, would there be an opportunity to educate them initially on this, these are the things you need to do before you turn in your application.
Absolutely, Mayor. That's very, very important. That's something that is very near and dear to our hearts. Oftentimes, we are faced with the unfortunate instance where people have bought a location, they've rented they've signed multiple year contracts, and the facility in no way meets their needs. It's not zoned appropriately. They're very far away from any process. We've instituted a schedule of workshops where we can go out to the public to be reminding them, please come and talk to us early, often, so that we can help you, navigate some of those problems before it impacts your wallet. So,
Mayor, if I may.
absolutely.
Yes, go ahead.
Maybe, right now that you're saying that, and it's just came to me as just, I don't know, it's maybe a suggestion, saying that, how do we identify if those properties are, capable to do the, to be on our B1 or B3 or B4, right? They gotta open up utilities. So if they go over there and they open,
Oh, excuse me.
they,
Sorry.
they open the water process.
For the increase in fees? Yes. Yes. What do you want to do?
That's fine.
What do you want to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Esparza, are we talking about something?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that council understands that currently in the proposed budget for planning, there are some increases of some of their revenue line items that they have for an estimated total of about 97. They're not huge amounts, but they do have some increase in the proposed budget for the residential electrical fees, mechanical fees, and there's a list in the report of those fees, which are already included in the proposed budget.
Yeah. All right, we'll take that into consideration.
Thank you.
But anyway, lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I know, I
So-
sort of did too.
No, it's, yeah, we're interrupted, right? So yes, so we can help those people that are trying to open, so they won't get confused, or so they won't,
Yeah.
open a property without that, whatever that you want to use it for. You can say that maybe utilities, you can work with utilities, say they're gonna open up a new,
That's a very good idea. We'll
just,
definitely.
and you connect by the same time, let's say, hey, will you open the property, what is this, it's an R1? You may,
Maybe we can-
or maybe the commercial ones, maybe the B1s and the B3s, and making sure that's already a B3 or a B1 before they open the utilities. And that's, you already have like a connection from there.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's definitely something we look at, Councilmember. I know that depending on the size of the project.
Yes.
Also, but if, let's say on the commercial side, we do have a pre-development meeting that's available. There's a fee. I can't remember what the fee is.
Like
There's a
200.
fee. I'm sorry?
Like 200.
Like $200, and for $200, depending on the investment, we're able to sit down with all the departments, and you'll get all your questions asked before you start a project, or during the design stages.
No, but what I'm saying, maybe you're right, we're talking about the same conversation, right, Mr. Ramon? But what I'm saying is maybe when you're gonna open utilities, and because you bought the business or you got into that business, you're just moving in, maybe what kind of business, what are you trying to do? And that way you can't know, not everybody loses money, it's not just loses money at once they go to building after that, so it's just a suggestion.
Maybe have some materials, available to them, maybe on their website, a quick link.
Maybe, yes.
Check it out before,
Yeah.
before you
Yes, Ms. Guerra.
sign.
Yeah, Mayor?
Sure.
I was just gonna say that,
There you go.
really quick on what you just mentioned. I think if people go to our building department and they ask, hey, I wanna open this type of business, can I open it there? We're more than happy to provide that information. We'll go over zoning, setbacks, if they're doing new construction. I think that's offered right now. The hard part is folks don't know that they won't do that until they already sometimes buy a lot. And then
Yeah.
they wanna go and they go, hey, I wanna build this. Well, the zoning's not proper. And that's where the problem starts. But if they go ahead of time, we're more than happy, and we've done it for a lot of people. And that's always available.
Yeah, I just imagine, I've seen it.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. You're probably wondering what the IT director has to share here, but, so as we are looking at the options for software, again, we're looking at software that's gonna improve the processes in planning and building. Some of the software that we are looking at does have some of that guidance, both AI and otherwise, that will guide our developers and our customers through the process. And I believe one of the softwares that we're looking at right now actually does have what you were speaking of, which is the ability to look at a lot and determine whether it's zoned for that purpose. So that's part of the research we're doing right now.
And we have it now, but I don't know that people know, because on the mapping portal, pursuant to council's leadership, they had requested that we link, like if you would click on a parcel, that it would kind of open up the uses, the zoning and uses that would be allowed.
I just put music to the presentation, sorry about that.
Is there any other questions?
Any other questions?
I do, actually.
Go ahead.
So have you already started?
We have already started doing the reviews of especially working with our IT folks and our staff, looking at the software. We've done a number of beginning the implementation, but that's one of the biggest efforts, and it's quite mammoth.
And what about the trainings?
We already provide training for our, certification. We do provide, on-site, peer-to-peer training when you're hired. So there's a lot, but we want to strengthen all of that. We want to make it just beef it up, so that we really support our folks getting those certifications, so we don't lose those good people that have all that good experience, that have proven themselves to be valuable assets to our department, and just simply because, they have difficulty with tests, we can't retain them.
Ms. Guerra.
Mándeme.
Just a quick question about you see the MPO, where do you see the MPO being relocated to?
We had some thoughts. I know that there was, I don't know if we should share, but I know that community development is moving, so I think there's going to have some openings over there at the transit center. And, the MPO has a lot of funding so that they would be able to, more than, address any costs necessary or associated with moving. But even if that were not the case, I think that was one of the locations that we thought about.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
have you discussed this with MPO?
No, not at all.
That probably, that would be a next step.
Yes. I guess that's like a year 2 thing, so we're sort of in the throes of just trying to get to our first, making sure that we hit our deliverables the first quarter, first 180 days, the first year. But yeah, that's definitely some conversations we need to have.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, I think that would be a good topic of conversation in the next NPO meeting, so we can bring it up.
Sure.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Why are we kicking them out?
We're not kicking them out. We're just, we're at capacity in our building. And we're just thinking that we would want to bring some more folks in. And so this might be a good opportunity to just put them, in other space.
Well, because a few years ago, we had the MPO under our umbrella, but we were utilizing that staff to do planning and zoning work. And then we split that, they became their own entity, and we continued to agree to be the funding.
The fiscal agent.
Fiscal agent for them. And now we're kicking them out.
I don't know that, I don't know that the city's kicking them out. Most MPOs, there are different versions of MPOs, COGS, they have funding to address their own office needs, building needs, all of that sort of thing. But I don't know that anybody's saying, get out. It's saying, let's make sure that we have the folks in our building that we would probably want to prioritize having in the physical vicinity. But nobody's saying, you know, we want to kick you out. It's just,
Well, we're not gonna tell them that, but that's what we're doing. So do we not coordinate with the MPO? Because
We
my
don't-
concern is that the county had offered to absorb them as the fiscal agent, and I think it's in our best interest to keep them here. And
well,
so-
it's not necessarily the case that they have to be in the planning and building department or the development services department.
Do you not work with them at all?
Typically, no, not too much.
Mr. Nab, is there somewhere else that we can absorb this MPO department within the city?
Yeah, and again, I think the whole nature of this is trying to reset everything up, because we have a lot of different departments. But yes, the answer is, we can look at that. It's pieces of step by step by step, I think, that's the key to this thing, but.
Okay, this is the first we hear of it, so I think we should be involved in whatever you guys are planning.
And this is why we're presenting, so.
Thank you.
Mayor May,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure if you talked about it while I was in there. By the way, it sounds like a jet engine in there, we can't hear you.
Oh, really? Sorry.
So I was just going step by step, but I'm looking at the years of 30 of implementation, the recode and one-stop shop. Are we looking at 3 more years before we get it to go to where we want it to be, or is it already?
To Recode? Recode, we're looking for implementation at year 2. And One-Stop Shop, I think
Year
it
3
also,
implementation initiatives, 1 through 5. I know it's recode and one-stop shop after 3 years. Is that 3 years from last year, or is it 3 years starting today?
no. Recode, we're well on the way to finish Recode. Right now, we're in the middle of the committee meetings, where they're doing a line-by-line reading. I don't know if you're aware.
Yeah.
We had sent some reports, but the Planning and Zoning Commission, they had formed 3 subcommittees.
Right.
And they're doing sort of a line-by-line reading of the 7th draft of the document. We had a tentative completion date of those committee meetings for September. Quite honestly, it's been very slow going. We're trying to, as gently as we can, encourage,
Well, I mean, the slow
quickly as
part
possible.
is slowly, but get it done surely, right? And get it done right, because I don't think anybody will have any appetite to do it again. I think we did it once before. They were kind of hesitant to join those committees again. Some were actually going like, well, we didn't get exactly what we wanted, but I'm ready to go at it again. It's a long, drawn-out process, I get
It
it.
is.
But I'm just interested to see, because that's what I was noticing, that the implementation process started.
No, we
Last year,
hope-
did it start today?
I mean,
Or
we
just
hope
went
that
up?
we could get, we were hoping that we would get Recode to council by the end of this year. But it's just dependent on planning and zoning and their process. So, once those committee meetings are over and we can get approval or get it set up to go to planning and zoning, we will have to do 2 notifications. So we're already in the process of working towards that. We would have to notify everybody within the city. It is about 98,000 accounts that we're going to have to notice twice, because we'll have to notice once before planning and zoning and then once before it goes to council. One of the other things that we haven't yet to touch on is sort of the discussions of what sort of presentations will council want on Recode. Workshops or what that's going to look like. So that will also sort of be a factor in that schedule.
Well, a comparative analysis would be, I think, from what you have now, and then how this is gonna change the world, or change everything that we do. And you might wanna start there, because some of us weren't there at the beginning, and where we are, today, as of today, and then how it's gonna look over the next 3 years. And that way, I guess, I think it'll be a good introduction to
Mayor,
discussing it.
if I could
Yes,
add
go
on with what Councilmember Garza is talking about. So we're building in the time, so it is not just about adopting the code. It is, this entire team has to be ready to implement the code
Yeah,
as well
yeah.
too. And so that's why the window's a little bit long, or it looks long. I mean, we've been working on it for the last 2 years, I
Yeah,
know.
that's what I was saying,
very
that
specifically,
did you already start on it and you're in year two, but it's
So-
3 years from today?
And that entire team over there, they've been walking through this thing step by step by step, because once we implement it, once we flip the switch and we're from where we're at now to the new code, we have to operate like it's the code.
Okay.
And so that's the effort that we're preparing for.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So in the new recode, I'm just wondering, who is involved in that recode? Is it just the architects? Do we have engineering in there as well, some engineering?
The whole city land development process staff has participated in the development of this document. So engineering, environmental, traffic, planning, building, every staff entity that is involved with the land development process, with the building process, they've all had an opportunity to comment, to participate.
Is it only the government's side, or is it also
No,
private
I mean,
sector?
we've had numerous stakeholder meetings with,
Oh, nice.
small groups,
Nice.
town halls,
Oh, that's-
with just the development community. Right now, the committees are just basically the development community, engineers, and, some of the planning and zoning, committee members.
So just to circle back a little bit on the MPO, MPO sets up this large planning for major avenues and collectors, and it's a lot of city planning. And I guess I would think that they should be more integrated into the planning and zoning department instead of.
They were. It used to be, personally, I thought quite a bit better. When they were part of our hierarchy, it was, the director was also the MPO. There was quite a bit more integration and communication. With regard to the thoroughfare plan, that is a city function. That is what we do. They do the transportation planning, so they'll do studies of,
So I just remember that they actually have funding for those, I mean,
Absolutely.
I think there should be more overlap. Like I don't know that the leadership, I think those communication bonds can still be there so that we can take advantage, leverage their resources for the city planning, for having more integration with perhaps funding pots for.
And we
different studies.
reference all of their materials when we're doing our work, definitely, 100%. We look at the long-range plan, the TIP, the UTP, the 10-year plan. We look at all of that data. I attend all of the MPO meetings. We keep track of all the documents that they put out.
Yes, it just seems to me that because there's such a valuable resource, that somehow maybe they can be integrated more into active planning.
And again, they're funded, differently.
Right.
So they've got to concentrate on the work that's eligible for their funding. So that's why, used to be that the city, it was a 50%. I know I did it for a very long time. 50% of my salary was paid through MPO funds, and 50% was city. So I was the city's transportation planner and the MPO planner, right? So, at some point, when we started becoming a bigger and bigger urban area, and then we became a management area, we had to switch over to where all of my salary was covered by the MPO. So then now it's sort of grown up into what you see now.
Mayor, real quick, just a point, that's not even anything that the city has control of anymore. The MPO committee decided to separate them out.
That's correct.
So we don't have an option to change that structure
Mayor.
here today.
No, I'm not saying to change it. I'm just referencing the past, giving
No,
some
I know, but
context.
Councilmember Cigarroa asked about integrating the staff more into the work we do, and what I'm saying is we don't have control over that staff.
That is correct.
No, Mayor, I was just gonna mention that MPO changed the structure, and so it kind of separated. And I assume if they make a motion to go back to what it was.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Can you
It-
clarify? I'll clarify. I in no way want to change the structure. I am saying that they are a valuable resource, and there should be more integration and communication. And as a department, you should be able to leverage that resource through communication, not to change the structure. but just
And
to
again, I mean,
use those
our,
resources. But
it's not that we don't,
it is fine.
I don't know how to say this.
That's fine. But I in no
If
way-
if I may, yes,
Yeah,
Mayor
I
and
mean-
City Council, yes, we work closely with the MPO, we work closely with the RMA, with those projects that we are allowed to partner on. What Ms. Guerrero is talking a little bit more about is that we have a lot of other projects that we have to deal with within the entire structure. So we will always work closely with the MPO. We've got great relationships as well, too. It's just that their mission is sometimes different than ours, and so they need the latitude to do their work as well as we do ours, and we will partner together when it makes the most sense for all of us. We do it all the time with our planning, our master plans, and everything else, so.
Motion to approve, Mayor. All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes.
Next, we have solid
Thank you.
waste. We have been, this will be through going to 5, this will be 5. Then we have 15, so we have 10 to go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council
Afternoon.
members.
Morning. Good afternoon.
Management.
Morning.
I want to begin this afternoon by thanking you all for inviting me to come and share the budget and the workings of the department. It's been my honor to have worked here for almost a year now, and so I've been through the ride of this department. So I wasn't here when this budget was implemented last year, but hopefully that this will be the start of you counting my ducks. So the mission of the City of Laredo Solid Waste Services is to maintain a clean, safe, and healthy environment by providing reliable garbage collection, recycling, brush, and bulky item pickup, and landfill operations to the citizens of Laredo. To achieve this mission, we employ a variety of programs and options to manage waste in a convenient, economic, and environmentally safe manner. We currently have, and have for the last 4 years consecutively, maintained a staff of 189 full-time employees. With primarily, the majority of them are in the sanitation branch with 98 full-time employees. This is another slide that kind of shows that as a flat line. We currently have 16 vacancies that are listed. Those are primarily due to retirees, and we're waiting on us to be able to get those monies freed up to fill those positions. So here's our proposed budget for the services on the operating fund. Last year we had an opening balance of $38,584,107 for a total revenues of $41,816,295, with a total available of $80,400,402. A total expenditures of $43,727,962, with a closing balance of $36,672,440. So this broke out in the way that it looks according to the proposed solid waste budgeted revenues. We have budgeted revenues for charges for services at 96.1, and then other interest and other revenues for 1.6 million, for a total of $41.8 million. Our proposed expenditures are split up into debt service, other charges, personnel, materials and supplies, and contractual service, with contractual services being the larger bulk. That's 42.1%, for a grand total of $43.7 million.
Go ahead.
What is an example of the contractual services?
Administrative fees would be one example. We also have other contracts that go out that have to deal with with moving of materials, you know, there was,
Oh, the dirt?
yeah, dirt would have been one. We utilize a leachate collection company that comes and does that. So there's several recurring costs that come on this. Tires is another one, yes, thank you. Tires is actually a major chunk of that money.
Of getting rid of tires?
Yeah, so we have to take the tires to a recycler, and the recycler comes at a pretty substantial cost to the city. So this slide is on our revenues and expenditures as a breakdown. The net change is an increase of 1.47 on the revenue side. That's expected. Our major revenue changes are in garbage collection, which goes with growth, 2.54, and landfill collection, which is at 5%. And our expenditures, as you know, we have a dramatic decrease in our projected expenditures of 13.79%. That is primarily due to the fact that I am not planning on engaging in any capital outlay during this fiscal year. My goal for this fiscal year is to look at our efficiencies and do an evaluation period where we're looking at what our real replacement plan would be for the equipment that we have on site. So our accomplishments. This year we introduced, we continued with the 2 free bulky item pickup events per year in each district. And with our collection in excess of 1,984.14 tons. We also added what are mobile collection bulk item events. So that this is kind of a precursor to what we are going to be implementing in this following year, which are the convenience center locations. And that's, so we've achieved 65 tons in these, which I believe to be a pretty good base, but we could do a lot better once we get the implementation on the new centers. The goal of the centers as well, from an efficiency standpoint, is if waste is brought to the centers and we're collecting them on the specific type of truck, which is a roll-off truck that collects these, the roll-off trucks are a lot less expensive than the rear load trucks that we're currently utilizing. They also require 1 driver instead of 3 employees to work on the truck. That puts the 2 employees that are on the back of the truck in the center to be manning the station of the center. So it also gives these men and women who are on the back of these garbage trucks in 110 Laredo heat, it gives them the opportunity to get in and out. And hopefully this will be something that will increase our retention in this position, because it is probably the highest turnover position that I have in the department. Well, it is the highest turnover position that I have in the department. And it also is cost effective because as the waste is brought to us and we're able to manage it in that roll-off container mechanism, we don't have to do return trips in throughout the city to pick up the waste at the curbside.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just, I know you put a couple of totals in there with the tire pickups that you have for those hot spots, but I kind of want to have an ongoing deal because I really, I guess from my perspective, I want to make sure that the public understands the level of, or the quantity actually of mattresses that we picked up. You hear me talking about that all the time. It is ridiculous what the amount of mattresses that are thrown out on the street, and we just have no control at this particular moment. I mean, you pick them up and they're there again the next day. I don't know where all this is coming from, but I'm just thinking at the capacity of our landfill and how much the space they take up. And so I'm wondering if for future reference, anytime that we speak about these things, I think people will be, you can capture their attention once you say the number of mattresses we picked up. And I think it drives the message home as to why we need to have a stronger ordinance and code enforcement to get after them.
I couldn't agree with you more on both points. So there's a category of waste, and there are a couple, right? There's special waste, which is large, hard to manage waste, and then there's regular protrusible waste, and then there is problem waste. Yeah. And tires and mattresses fall firmly within that problem waste because there's so much to deal with, and there's no real great management strategy in the industry to be able to manage them. One of the things that the convenience center model does allow us to do is it allows us to separate that from the regular stream, which can be availability and enticing to a company that may be interested in recycling those, because there are recoverable materials within those boxes. A lot of the plan over the next years, as it comes to the integrated solid waste management plan, involves us engaging with not only the ability for us to keep the streets clean, but also to entice end markets that are interested in getting some of these materials diverted away from the landfill. Because this department, the fees that are assessed to the public, they really only pay for the collection of the material. In fact, we operated a deficit on the collection because of the problem that we have with illegal dumping and the tires that we get. So really what I tell people is what I sell is airspace. The enterprise makes its money off that airspace. So everything that we do to maintain and make sure that that airspace is there and available and as cost effective as possible helps us to generate revenue that allows us to provide extra services that and really meet the needs of the citizens as the community grows.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Wagner, I've got a question to go back to the revenues and expenditures. I see a deficit of $1.5 million approximately.
Yes.
On there, and that's with you cutting 13.79% of almost $7 million.
Let me be clear on that.
Please explain that for me, please,
Yes,
because
yeah,
you decreased it, right, by $7 million, and then we're still down $1.5 million in revenue.
I was in the same boat when I first saw this one. So what the projections are based off of this year's performance evidence, and there were two items that were in there that will not be realized next year that were on this budget. So in the projection, it is projected as a deficit based off of the statistics from last year's, but I don't believe that's going to be, well, I know that's not going to be the actual activity because the two items, one of them is there's a amount of funding that goes into the post-closure fund within the ordinance. So that's money that's not spent, and that's the majority of the money that you see there in that deficit. It was an oversight on our end on the budgetary part because it was basically an autofill that wasn't, when we went to the balancing, it didn't get flexed over. There was another item, and that was the truck rental. If you remember, there was we went into, before I got here, there was some trucks that were rented in order for us to be able to come. We were able to purchase some trucks, get tightened up with some maintenance activities, and we were able to release that recurring cost, and our model has now changed back over to us having those trucks. So that is a projected expenditure that it won't be on the books.
So you're projecting, I mean, what you're presenting to us is not 100%, I guess, accurate, we could say? Because I just wanted to make sure that that enterprise fund is in the black, not in the red, and what you presented to us was in the red by $1.5 million for this next fiscal year.
No, I can assure you that we will be operating in the black. Like I said, whenever there's a projected estimate, especially when you do a zero revenue, you're always coming off of data that was based on last year's data. So when that data rolled in, these were the projections that were out, but they're not
Last
realized.
year's performance, what we're going
Yes,
by
sir.
then.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much, appreciate that.
So, the other accomplishments, the City of Laredo landfill was inspected on March 23rd and maintains TCEQ compliance. We've initiated a materials test phase of biosludge mulch soils project with marked success. So there are two things that are going on at the landfill right now that are I'm very optimistic about. And one of them involves my partners in utilities. When I got here, utilities had an issue where, and the landfill had an issue of elimination of biosludge material. That material it's a problem waste to get rid of in a landfill. It causes issues with the landfill development and landfill stability. And what was happening is the department was having to refuse loads that utilities was generating because they generate every day. And they were having to divert them for a cost to that department up to San Antonio for disposal. So it was shortly after I arrived here, Dr. Elzabed's team approached me and said, can we come up with a solution for this? And the solution was, well, why don't we try to see if we can make a soil amendment using biosludge and our existing mulch products to see if we can find a land applicable material. And initially, when you're doing a project like this, you want to make sure that you have something that's going to be safe to apply. So what we did is we worked with TCEQ and my staff to come up with a recipe that would create material that we could place on the outside of the landfill to try to do two things. And I mentioned the two things because the second thing is another item that will be coming up that we're excited about. First thing is when you build a landfill, especially in an arid environment, one of the things that you want to do, a landfill is actually a living organism. It has little microbes that dissolve itself, and that digestion of that by those microbes is what generates the health of a landfill. So you build a landfill in order to accommodate that digestion and facilitate it as effectively and rapidly as possible, so that you remove all of the bad things that could be in there that could possibly be hazardous in the future. Of course, some things aren't going to digest, the plastics, the things I want to pull out through the diversion, but the food, a lot of those materials that are in there, the digestible materials, they get taken care of. And when they do that, they produce two things. They produce leachate, which is very toxic. It has to be treated at the water treatment facility. It's very specialized treatment, and then it creates gas. And in the term, while it's creating both of those things, the landfill itself is subsiding, and it's starting to sink in and of itself. That's good because it shows the health of the landfill, and it also allows us to have more airspace, because as it sinks in on itself, it creates accommodation space. So making sure that landfill is you're treating it well helps it digest itself. So back to the soil amendment, by putting that soil on the outside of this very, very loose, dry soil that we have here in Laredo, it kind of creates a crust. Well, it does create a crust on the outside of that, which holds in the moisture and allows for those bugs to have a really nice place for them to digest and create that leachate and that gas. The leachate keeps it moist inside the landfill to perpetuate the digestion process, and then the gas, which is generated there, currently is being flared off.
All right, one question I do have about the tires.
Yes.
You say you put them out to a recycler.
Yes.
At what cost is that versus having a recycling plant here locally?
I'm glad that you brought that up, because this may be a conversation that we'll be having in the near future. I currently have an RFP out right now for tire, because it's due for the tire, and the initial bid money that we got back, I'm going to make a recommendation that we go back out to bid. So I'm evaluating what that cost will be to the city right now, at least for the implementation and the startup, if that were the direction that we choose to go. It is a very challenging endeavor to get into in management, but there are some potential for revenue that can be generated by doing that ourselves. So I want to be thoughtful in the way that I present and approach that as we go forward. And really, the goal for me is that a company will come in and give us a great knockdown deal, and we'll be able to send those out there and get the best without having to allocate any more of our resources or invest any more in that. But I'm looking at both potentials for managing this, because, I mean, quite frankly, I've been all over the United States looking at landfills and waste management options, and I've never seen anywhere that's generated more waste tires than the city of Laredo, which is good and bad, right? So but we're dedicated to coming up with a solution for this problem waste, because it is something, not just on the illegal dumping portion of it, but also on the management of it when they're brought to us the right way. We want to make sure that we're doing that.
Mayor, real quick, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
You were talking about the sludge from the waste and how we would transport that out. I remember having a conversation with the previous director about that, and he had made a comment that we spend, let's say, $1 million a year in costs to export that, but the machine that he would need was $1 million, and he was trying to make room for that so that we could kind of handle it the way you referred to that. Is that kind of, did you buy that machine, or did we move that way, or?
No, I'm utilizing equipment that we had in-house. He had bought a mulching machine prior to me getting here that was made for, so that he had I was introduced to a project that I think was well-meaning, but wasn't currently feasible in the way that organic is managed. So in order to make compost material, for example, you have to have the amount of green, it's a recipe that involves a lot of green waste. Well, in Laredo, unfortunately, just if we go by brush and clippings, if we got every bit that was generated, we still wouldn't have, we'd still be about a third of what we needed short. So I'm not giving up on that idea. This is like the first phase of what I hope that this would work. There are a couple other options. Anaerobic digestion is one of the options, where basically the materials are put into a digester and they're heated at a slow rate to make because you want to get the temperature up to about 160 degrees to kill all of the potential negative stuff that's inside of that material in order for it to be truly land applicable. Now, on a landfill, I can put that stuff on a landfill right now, and it's lined, and I've got all of the stuff that's there, which is fine. But if we're talking about maybe making a marketable material in the future, we've got to try to get that temperature up to 160 degrees. And so there's two ways to do that. Anaerobic digester, which would be a solution. And then there is the getting more and enticing more green waste to be delivered to us in fruits, vegetables, unsaleables. And I'm currently discussing this potential with some private companies that may be interested in partnering with the city in the future to help us to get some of this material out there. So it'll benefit us to get the material that we could create a stable and saleable material, and then it would benefit them in the fact that they wouldn't have to dispose and throw away this material inside of our landfill.
So let me ask, Mayor, if I may. So we're not spending that money anymore, that $1 million to haul that off anymore?
No, ma'am.
So
In
that's a
fact,
savings?
since I've started here, we have saved over $750,000 for the utilities department, and the fact that we've been managing that stuff directly.
Okay, because I remember
Or
having that
approximate.
discussion, and it didn't really make sense to me why we were paying so much to ship it out, but it seems like you found a good use or a way to deal with that problem, so that's good.
So my philosophy when it comes to, I work for the city of Laredo, not the department, the solid waste department. And when Dr. Elizabeth came to me with this problem, like a lot of my colleagues have come to me with problems, it is my duty to try to help them, whether they're connected to the enterprise, whether they're collected. If it saves us money, it saves us money. It allows us to be able to get more money for the folks that work in the
Right.
general fund. And so I take that portion and my role here very seriously when it comes to that, to being able to be a good steward of that
I
dollar.
appreciate that, and thank you for that, but I did also want to ask you, I remember he also mentioned that you all have glass recycling machines. Is that true? Do we
No.
still have those?
No, we do not have glass. We have some.
Like they break the glass into chips that you can then
So we have a
use?
sorting machine that was purchased to be able to filter out some of that glass. That there was some things that were in a CIP that needed to get developed. One of them was a crusher, which will be something that it's basically a concrete slab where you can crush that material up and roll over it with some tracked machinery, and then you take that and you feed it into that machine and it sort of separates. Why that hasn't gone, it seems like a pretty straightforward, easy thing to do. The issue is you have to have an end market, and that material is very, very expensive to transport. So trying to find that, getting an end market, it's kind of if you gather it, they will come. So getting that material out there and then starting to shop out to other markets that are out there, say, hey, come to Laredo. We've got, if you're a tile manufacturer, for example, they utilize it a lot. Come to Laredo. We've got a lot of old windshields. We've got a lot of glass that we could market and manage. I'm going to go back to the convenience center as well. Having glass collection, recycling collection containers that separate glass out from that will help to build that volume up there to become enticing for some of
Is
these end
that
markets.
something you're proposing for us to do?
Everything that we try to divert, I'm interested in looking down those options.
But
Glass is actually
Are
a
you
pretty.
proposing it in this budget?
It was already been proposed. The glass crusher is already. We already have the equipment to separate it. It's just a matter of getting a pad. I think the original location of the pad was on the COL landfill. I'm moving all of those things that would be diversion tactic over toward the Ponderosa landfill because we just have more space and availability to do it there.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure, yes.
Do we have any plans for, you said that there's gas that is produced and it's being burned right now?
Yes.
Fired? So is there any plans to try to convert that into some energy source?
Yes, there are more than plans. We've just completed an RFI to where we invited companies that were interested in evaluating our gas and our collection mechanisms and some of those things out. We had one company that came and actually was boots on the ground for several days to take a look at our our infrastructure, to take a look at our gas quality, and I'm happy to announce that they were pleased with the gas that they found, as far as its contaminant level was low enough for them to be able to work for. So our next step will be going into the process of shopping that out to see who really wants to come and play with that. And that's, without getting into too many of the details, I'm very excited about that opportunity, not just from an environmental standpoint, because burning and releasing those hydrocarbons into the air is not great, or those greenhouse gases, excuse me, into the air is not that great, but there is potential for some positive revenue stream for us from that side as well.
Thank you.
I think the overall theme is that my goal here and is always and everywhere is always to make sure that we maximize our ability to make that landfill as healthy as possible, our streets as clean as possible, and maintain the cost effectiveness at a level that, I think I said this to Mr. Nebb when I first got here, a city that has its own landfill and does its own collection should never go broke, and we won't. We've got a lot of room to go. I've seen, I'm going to concur with Mr. Graves and his assessment of the employees. We've got great employees that are really dedicated to providing the service. It's just really an education aspect, and that's what we've been focusing on this year. And then really kind of stretching our abilities and seeing what, how far we can go with some of these things. And I'm happy to say that the realization of these efficiencies is something that I think is going to be a very positive conversation this time next year. So we completed our constructor work to develop the compost facility. So there is a 12-acre compost facility that's out there, and part of that CIP included, shopping out the entire development of that process. Well, part of that process is the subgrade process, and when we went through that period, I got with the engineering department, and they showed me the numbers, and I said, well, why are we going to pay that if I've got the equipment, and this is a good opportunity to train my guys on how to do some real constructing. So that's what we did. We constructed the 12-acre pad, did the fill and the cut appropriately, and are ready for the implementation of the liner. And that reduced our cost of construction, well, by about a half, if not more, depending upon what these bids come back in at. So, and we're at the process right now where that's out for RFP, or it's in the pipeline for us to come back to complete that liner, and then we'll be able to really go full bore on our organics management project. We operated in concert with Laredo Police Department to conduct hotspot illegal dumping enforcement. During that period, during this year, we've gained 89.56 tons and 552 tires. I want to make sure that it's clear that 552 tires was just in hotspot enforcement. That was just, somebody saw it or somebody reported it. We went out and done it. That doesn't by any stretch of the imagination meet how many we've actually picked up off legal dumping calls and some of those others. We're in the thousands when it comes to that overall. But I really want to thank management for this initiative, because it really has been eye-opening to the department, and it's been great to work with LPD on this as well, because we see a lot of what they're dealing with. I just see the garbage side of it, but garbage and crime can go together, and this has been really educational for me and the department. So we've also worked with engineering to design build our city convenience centers. We have 3 potential locations, again in collaboration with utilities department and with engineering, to come up with these sites and designs. We've got one that's just about ready to go to the construction phase, and I'm really excited about that. I think I've got one more request for the equipment that's going to be able to fill all of those in there, the compact receiver units that you'll see in council in the next short period of time. And then it's just all about building it, and we intend to build that ourselves, much like we did the other, with some letting of things like, for example, the pavement and concrete work that'll be done. We've also engaged with LISD and UISD high schools on an Earth Day art campaign. You may have seen the trucks, and a couple of you were there when we awarded the students and so we allowed the schools to come up with a challenge to their students to design art that we could put on the outside of the waste trucks, the newer waste trucks that we had out there, to kind of show some school pride and to get some involvement, and really as an education and outreach component to try to get the students and the teachers involved in what recycling and diversion and being a member of the city of Laredo and environmentalism was about. So that was, I really felt that was financially it was a pretty easy lift, and it did do a lot, I think, for at least for my morale when I see a truck, and I hope that when you see one of those, you can see your school on the outside of it if they participated, and if you didn't, I think this is something we can bring back pretty regularly because these wraps, they wear out, they get sun damage after a while, and they go to replacement. So we'll probably be revisiting this in the future. I'm having an issue with my bleeper. Tech support. Yeah, it's not working.
There you go, that works. I get those punches.
Okay, so our solid waste goals. We want to improve overall safety and reduce incidents by 20%. One of the things about having 56,000-pound garbage trucks on the road every day is that they get in incidents. And I'm not happy with our incident accident report. There has been a reduction from last year to this year, but it's not where I want to be. We also have issues when it comes to the most vulnerable employee that we have, which are our solid waste collectors. Those are the men and women that ride on the back of the garbage truck. More often than not, those repetitive motion injuries, the ankles, the knees, those kind of things happen from that position. So I'm working on phasing out that type of collection activity. And that's, now we'll never be able to completely eliminate it, but if we can reduce it dramatically, that will reduce these accidents and injuries. And also, we are very robust in the department on doing bi-monthly safety meetings with all staff. We're also looking into some telematics software to be able to really use as both a coaching tool and from a risk management perspective, evidence in the event of an event that wasn't our fault that we could get blamed on. A lot of times people see the city logo and they think that there's a check attached if there's an accident, so we want to make sure that we're covering our bases with that. I want to increase the departmental revenue using Six Sigma principles, of much I've discussed today. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency is the goal. Explore end market partners for recoverable materials.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes, sir.
I was just going to ask you, impressed that you brought in first of all, impressed that you put a mission statement in front, which I believe that, I think everybody can, once you introduce that to your department, everybody can jump on top of it and ride with it. And using Six Sigma principles, I think is a great idea for your department. Project-oriented management is a good way to kind of compartmentalize your whole department and put some goals in between all of them, or individually. And I don't know if anybody here's, might be a good idea for you to get certification on that. Huh?
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. And also, honestly, being
Six Sigma certification is good.
Accountability through project management, I think, is the best way toward efficiency. And it also is a huge morale booster, right?
Yeah.
You give somebody ownership of a project, and it's a success. And that, really what I'm looking at is ascension planning and retention of quality employees by empowering them through what we do.
Right.
I've mentioned this before. I want to run this like a business. We're an enterprise. I want to run it like a business, and that in some versions is a bad word, but honestly, it really does create an environment where these employees, men and women don't get into waste because of the money. They get in waste because they care about their community. They see this as an opportunity for them and their families. And I want to make sure that it's as beneficial for them as it is and has been for me. So yes, I agree, and yeah, getting that certification and offering that up to some of my leadership team.
I'd encourage anybody that wants to do that. Yeah, that's a great idea.
I would like to explore end market partners for recoverable materials. A successful enterprise does have solid public-private partnerships when it comes to end market development. We have a materials recovery facility that was multi-million-dollar facility that we recycle through every day. The better we are at recycling, the more materials, the more enticing we are to companies to come that want to involve that. I'm not interested in shipping our materials off to another state or another country for them to be reused there. I want to see those businesses come to Laredo and use our waste to generate revenue for positive tax revenue. If we're going to grow with the waste, more businesses is more people that live here, more people that live here is more waste, so it kind of feeds itself. It becomes a sustainable model. And
Yes, go ahead. Question?
Sorry, I have a question. So thinking about recoverable materials and recycling, we have such a large secondhand clothing. And I mean, we have these independent contractors everywhere, but they're creating a lot of the problem because I don't know if it's so much or it's so bulky or they don't do a good job, but a lot of it ends up going at some point to the landfill. Is there, I guess it's mixing kind of public and private, but is there a way to improve that entire industry in some, either with incentives or, carrot sticks, something? Because the bulk of old clothing that we get is unbelievable, and I'm guessing it's just because we're the terminus in this country, right? We're the end of the station, so it just gets dumped here.
Well, this is another one of those problem waste that we deal with, and I'll let you know that I have been meeting repeatedly with an interested non-for-profit that is looking at other options with the management of these used clothing that would be diversion related. And I am in support of looking at ways that we can help to funnel that material away from the landfill and toward them, whether it be there may be some mechanisms in there that currently exist that we could just utilize that would answer that problem for us. But yes, they're not good for landfill growth either. So, and there are beneficial uses all over the place for these used clothing. Even if they're in a total state of disrepair, they can be used for something other than burying. And that's really what I think this organization. I don't want to put them out there right now, but this organization and my department are looking into to be able to do that as that. And I am encouraged that, and I've spoke with this entity as well, that this volume here is robust. So either this entity will become enormous, or it will the volume and our attitude toward it will help to perpetuate more and more of this. Because yes, we are. What happens is they drop the material off in a warehouse. It'll sit there for 2 or 3 days. It gets loaded into trucks and taken to the landfill for disposal. So it just becomes a cycle of disposal here in the city. And it's not worth the money that we get at the gate rate for the amount of airspace that we lose and its destruction to our landfill's life.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you also for taking that seriously, because it's something that we've been trying to tackle for the past couple of years. So thank you for your efforts there.
And I'm gonna say that it is the interest of the parties that come to us and want to do that. I want to be enticing to these kind of companies that are into this to come and visit with us to talk about these opportunities, because the end game is we all win if we can get a business to flourish here based off the waste that we generate already, right? So I'm excited about those opportunities here in the city, and also the next thing would be city convenience centers. That's something that's very, very high, if not priority one. Complete the compost cell construction, expand our permit modification at the City of Laredo landfill. We have airspace availability there. I want to go into that. I plan on providing a robust integrated solid waste management plan. I've got the beginnings of a plan and basically the bones of a plan out to the manager's office, but a robust integrated solid waste management plan looks at all of our aspects. I want to improve our customer service and communication.
Yes.
I want to convert our landfill gas to
So,
energy.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
Just that communication, customer service and communication, that's something that I was talking to Mr. Ramon the other day, is that I think we should have a little bit more connection on with 311, 911. I know you have your own number to pick up for solid waste and stuff, but I guess, I don't know if there's something we can do, maybe, I don't know if the city can look into finding just a number just particular for the landfill or for yourselves.
So I've gone back and forth on this because
Is this-
I've tried, we did some trial and error, and where I've landed now is that 311 is the number that the city knows.
Yes.
So when people call 311, what we're working on with IT and with
Okay.
311 staff is diverting from the 311 call to we'll use AI on some of the easy answer questions, so that takes some of the stressors off of
Okay.
staff. I think 311 told me they got like 42,000 calls just for us, and then you take on the 89,000 that we received you can kind of get an idea of the volume that we get, and we want to make sure that we're handling those in a better way. And I'll tell you, this is a learning curve for me too, because these volumes
of course.
are pretty large. But no, I am in agreement, 311 and my communication with Karen and her staff on how to get that going on has been very important to us in the success of this. And then implementing a lot of technology availability and getting that, and then really training our
Yes,
staff on
of course.
a lot of the stuff that we've got too. So there are a lot of things that we can do better there.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
So I had an item on the agenda for a 311 online system, but IT already took care of it. So that's great. But I hope that is integrated in this reporting, because if so much of it is coming from, and I get a lot of those calls too. And I see you also have here the educate and enforce the ordinance to reduce illegal dumping. That seems, there's so much that occurs here, and I don't know how to teach people that we could tax more so that we can pay for more services to go out there and collect everybody's trash, but then we're penalizing people who take care of their trash and are responsible,
proper way,
so
yeah.
that we can spread the pain to take care of the people who are just don't care about this community and dump. That doesn't seem fair either. But yeah, something so that's a lot of the reporting I get. People seeing other people dumping, and then what else are they supposed to do? There are mattresses. They're just crazy stuff that it's not as if a good citizen could go and put it in a garbage bag and help with that. It doesn't work out that way.
I want to give some credit to my city manager, and he's actually provided me with a really nice framework that we're looking at how we can work to implement it. Because really, you're right, it shouldn't be the responsibility of everybody to pay for the actions of some bad actors. And we have ordinance in place that does address some of this. I'm presently wrapping up what I would consider a review process, and I'm going to make some recommendations that I will send off to the city manager's office on how we can deal with this later, which will involve direct targeting those bad actors and making sure that they pay for what they've done, because there is a real tangible cost to the city for every bit of garbage that we pick up, and it isn't going to get better until we start holding those people accountable for what they do. But we want to do it in a fair and equitable way as well. I want to make sure that the person that doesn't have access isn't penalized for an action. So that education, again, letting people know. A lot of people still don't know. You get 2 free collections, you call me, and we'll come and get it. Getting that messaging out there is something that I could do a better job in our department, and our mechanisms to getting that information out there is very important, because I don't want anybody to feel like the city isn't there, doesn't provide that access to them, but at the same time, there are some that take full advantage of that and end up costing the citizens a lot more money.
Thank you.
Yeah, we want to promote all the departmental services. There's a lot of services that we provide out there, like the 2 calls that folks just simply don't know. So a lot of that will be there. And then finally, I've mentioned this before in a council meeting, and this is definitely one of our goals as well, is to change the department name to the Environmental Resource Management Department. I feel that that's something that would really be able to encompass all of the things that we do here in the department. And I don't know what they fixed the last time, but whatever they did. But I think I'm about to
Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner, great presentation.
Thank you.
Really informative, and I just want to make the motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion, second,
Thank you all.
all in favor?
And I want
Opposed?
to
Motion passed.
invite you all to come to the landfill anytime, set it up, you want to come by and see what we're doing out there, I'm really excited to show you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, motion to bring up the police department, please?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed.
The last one. The last one for Dave?
No idea.
Or we're going to 11? Motion to extend to 11.
Can we have a dinner break?
Yeah, already, yeah. Sorry?
Oh, wow. A lot. You guys do a lot.
Good afternoon, council member, mayor. Chief Miguel Rodriguez for the record. In your hands, and I think in the, do you all have it in your computers, the presentation? Yes?
No, sir, we do not.
We can see it on the,
You get to see it on the,
Yeah, even better.
You're not gonna go through all of this right now,
no,
right?
no, I'm gonna make it very brief. I know that you have a long day, so I'll make it very
Remember, we're
brief.
against data centers, so it's paper's good.
Yeah,
It's okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're against that.
You didn't just say I am, did you?
Real quick, on the police strengths, currently, council members and mayor, you have a sworn personnel of 575 officers, which is commanded by this administration. You have 170 non-sworn staff in the police department for a total of 745, making it the biggest department of the city.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
And I'm sorry to interrupt so soon, but are there 575 and then plus you have 66 vacancies? Or
No.
there's 500 and whatever, 75 minus 66?
Minus six, well, right now, we're already at 72.
Okay.
I need to
Okay,
update
so
it.
503. You're
Right
at
now.
503?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The OPD accomplishments so far this year, we've done a lot of investment on officer wellness. We've done enhanced officer safety. We've equipped all of our officers with load-bearing vests. We've done a lot of tried and true technology on to make sure that we provide that officer safety to our officers. That starts with the drone and everything else, the technology that's coming to the police department. Department highlights, real quick, historic crime reductions. Again, we continue, the auto theft division continues to be awarded multiple times at the state level. We did do a technology transformation, and we're still working on that. That comes along with, yes, flock and drones and everything that is helping us reduce the level of crime in our city. 911 public safety modernization, we did do that this past year. We upgraded our 911 communication center, which is one of the most important aspects of the police department. We continue modernizing that, and I'll just give you a little bit of why we're modernizing, why we need to modernize it. One of the things that we were lacking is on the mapping itself. We ended up getting into a conversation with Geocom, which is the mapping systems that are readily available for us, so that we can update our map systems every time that city and planning updates our city. So we engaged in a conversation with them, and we ended up hiring that company to make sure that we provide those updates to our mapping system. So along that, we also invested in 911, Prepare 911. Prepare 911 is a new platform for the city. Together with that, it's the 911 comes into the police department. The 911 also goes to the area of the officers where the 911 is coming from, and the officer's able to hear it, and we don't waste time in preparing that package to send it to the officers, and the officers respond. So as soon as that 911 comes in, the officer will be able to hear it, and that way he can respond immediately. So that is even better than upgrading our maps, because if you call from a cell phone, from a location that you don't know where you're at, we'll be able to connect you right away and put the unit in route versus trying to find out exactly where you're at. The communications technician will be able to find out exactly the location. So that is a big plus.
Yes, go
I'm sorry, Chief, it's a good segue right there. I'm not sure we heard that we had a minor incident 2 weekends ago, that the 911 operator couldn't find the location of the Buena Vista baseball field. I'm not sure if it got corrected, and I'm not sure where the problem lies. Is it in the mapping process? For instance, if it's a brand-new location, we're still having issues in getting TxDOT to put signage and all that kind of stuff in there.
Yes, absolutely.
But this is a good, I mean, now that we're all here together, to let you know that an incident happened, but they couldn't find their way directly in their right of way. So I'm not sure if that kind of thing could be corrected at this level.
So we did sit down with the person that was involved in this situation at Buena Vista Complex. We sat down with him and we went over the whole scenario as to what happened.
Okay.
And the ambulance was sent within 2 minutes. What was happening is that the dispatcher did not know what Buena Vista Complex was.
Yeah.
And
Oh, so
they-
it doesn't come out, you need an actual physical address for it to pop out in their system?
Well, when you put Buena Vista Complex, you know, in Google Maps and Apple Maps, yeah, it does. And for us in our system, you put Buena Vista Complex, it has to be exactly how we write it, right? And so when she was typing, she even responded, is this the Buena Vista Complex or the Benavides Complex?
Okay.
And then he said, no, it's the Buena Vista Complex, the brand-new complex that was, so she immediately, okay, now I know where you're at, and they sent the ambulance. What happened there is that if the ambulance, and Chief Hurd can correct me if I'm wrong, but the ambulance, even if they put that Google Map will not take you directly to that location
It should have an
because of the
entrance
missing
after.
stuff that's needed.
There's an entrance after, like if you're going into the back and then you have to turn around and come back?
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So we're already fixed that.
Okay.
Our officers, for us, we submitted maps through our real-time crime center, and we've already had conversations here to submit maps to our real-time crime center to provide that visibility for fire as well.
I think, and we were talking about it, I don't know who was talking to you, Richie, or somebody, that there's also a park behind it. I'm not sure what the name of that park is, that it wasn't popping up either. And so, I'm just pretty much a feedback. Y'all can look into that and see if we got everything pinpointed.
Yes,
Just so that we can all be clear about that.
And it's very, very, very important for us to make sure that we have the right location and we have the right maps when we're submitting and we're responding to calls, right? And so absolutely, we are, this is the reason why there's a heavy investment in 911 operations. Again, facilities and fleet investments, we've improved our fleet, we've improved some of our facilities. Striving for organizational excellence. So one of the things that I will share with you is that we're going to get very aggressive towards our training division. We made some changes, strategic changes within our department to make sure that we capture the gaps that we currently see, right? There's no perfect police department in the world. And so every time that we respond, every time that we're looking at how we even engage our community, we're always learning. And so one of the things that we're doing, we created this new division that is completely focused on standards and training. And so before we just train our cadets, send them to the academy, come back, do an in-service for them, a total of 3 months in in-service, teaching them everything the police department way of Laredo. And so now what we're doing is there's a major gap because we send them out and we don't see them in about maybe a year after they're out. And so there's a big gap when it comes to that because it's not that they forget, it's that they disconnect, right? And so one of the things that we're doing now, and it's going to be a 12-month plan, is that we're going to continue bringing them back to continue training them on what we're seeing out there. One of the big gaps that we see is ordinances. Some of our officers, when they're talking about ordinances, even at that level, sometimes they're like, I don't think we can cipher that, but let me check, right? And it should be automatic. Yeah, I see a violation, I can cipher that. So those are little things that we see gaps. And even our community service officers are always engage in city ordinances because they're always just training for that. But our officers have to take care of city ordinances, state law, nuisances, so there's a bunch of things that we just need to bring them back. So we're doing a lot of that this year, this coming year, because of the need and the gaps that we see currently in patrol. And our most important division, it is patrol, because they're the ones out there engaging the community on a daily basis. So we're doing a lot of investment in that, but mostly it's gonna be also for compliance, right? There is a lot of things that we see that, and the performance part, we have to make sure that we keep in touch with our supervisors. Our supervisors can, especially our sergeant rank, can make you or break you. And so very, very much focus on our sergeants. And so them at the leadership level, we're gonna start bringing them back to make sure that every time that they're out there, that we're sending them to the trainings that they need to be better supervisors. Remember, this generation, it's a brand new generation, and one of the things that we've seen that is a major gap, and we still see it to this day, is that they want to be friends. They can't be friends and be supervisors. They have to be supervisors, and they have to have that discipline to be that supervisor. Yes, we can be that guy that's going to care and is going to be moving forward and be inspiring, but at the end of the day, you can't be friends. You cannot be giving everybody annual leave because you want to be friends with them or you want to be taking care of them. So there's a lot of things that we see in that rank that we need to fix. And so we heavily focus on that mission. This coming year, we're going to start bringing them back and providing them that training. We have a big gap in the city, and we've been talking to our senator and making sure that Sam Houston University is the one that pretty much gives this training to all law enforcement supervisors. It is paid by TICO, by the state. The way we've been getting into those classes has been very, very strategic, and it's only always just one from Laredo PD. But we've always said, right, that to be able to send one out of 575, or let's just say out of 80 sergeants, we're never gonna get there. And so to be able to send them to Sam Houston and be trained to come back and be better supervisors, it's not gonna work out. So what we're gonna do, and we already have a plan and a curriculum, we're gonna do it here. And so we've been thinking about doing it at the UT Center here. I know that she's been very, what was her name? Adriana, yes. She's been very, very open about us starting something like this, and I think it is very, very important. Well, I know that it's very important that we do bring leadership classes and leadership training into our environment, because it just becomes very hard just to train the officer, but we don't train them how to be sergeants and lieutenants and captains. So we need to bring that back. So a lot of it, this is strategic stuff that we're doing is because of the need of the police department. And again, we're alone here, right? We're not a metro area where, San Antonio is, 20 miles away. We're 150 miles away that way and 150 miles that way. And so for us, we're by ourselves. So we're trying to make sure that we get to that, fill that gap. Department goals real quick: expand officer safety, continue with that. How to reach the national average of 2.5. That is gonna be very hard, but I still put it in there. Continue building the safest city to live, work, and visit. Achieve full TPCA law enforcement accreditation. This is huge for us. We have to get accredited, and we are moving to make sure that we get accredited. Increase community outreach and engagement initiatives. This is also another division that strategically we've done. So now we have a ranking lieutenant and a ranking sergeant to make sure that they oversee complete operations, not only of the public information officer, but also of those content creators and public education, public awareness officers that are doing on a daily basis, because we have to provide that information to the public. And we're talking about, the complaints that you all get, right? Somebody calls and says, hey, I've been parking in this cul-de-sac for 20 years and I've never gotten cited. Why all of a sudden I'm getting cited? And so those are things that we need to put out to the public as to what the ordinances say, what the law states, and just to make sure that they're cognizant about that. And so if we don't do enough of that, we're always gonna be faced with that, I parked here for 20 years. You can't come inside me now. And so those are things that we need to just get better. The other things also that we need to get better is on this content creation stuff. Social media right now, they're winning at every level. Everything that just yesterday, right? We're talking about, finding dead bodies in a water line. Come on, give me a break, right? was gonna fit there. But anyways, that's something that was put out there, and here we are, right, answering calls all over the place. I can tell you, I got over 30 calls about that, and I said, no, we didn't find any bodies. And these are things that we have to get ahead of them. And so, creating this division, we're constantly gonna start posting on things that matter, because then it becomes white noise and nobody cares to see your page and none of that. This division is also gonna be revamping our entire website, and we're also gonna be getting very aggressive on our online reporting. And the reason we're gonna get very aggressive on our online reporting is because it doesn't make sense anymore to be sending an officer to take a theft class B report, or a stolen bike report, or I lost my phone report. It just doesn't make sense. So we are moving away from that. And so we already have the online platform. We already beta tested it. We alpha beta tested it. We're launching it, a very aggressive campaign to make sure that we direct our community to that online reporting system. And the one thing that we're gonna do is that if you go through that online system, you won't be charged for the report that you want, right? So if you create a report on that online system, you would get it for free instead of paying per page on that report. And even like that, right, it's about $11 that you would charge, and the majority is the online platform that gives you that report online. So the city pretty much is maybe $4. So why not just take them to the online reporting system, let them get the report for free, and you get away from having an officer engage them for an hour and a half. So it just makes sense. And so we're gonna get very aggressive towards that. At the same time, we're putting this system where it's gonna give you an automatic chat box, so you can understand, okay, you want to ask a question to the police department, you don't have to call, you can just ask it online, and it'll give you that. We're enhancing this also with our 311. So we're gonna mirror a lot of that, where if somebody has a questions about a nuisance, loud noise, loud music, this chat is gonna have that response. Instead of trying to get it from a dispatcher or a police officer to go there, this chat box will have that available to them. So this technology is already moving in that direction, but we're gonna have to get away. And I understand that, Laredo's Laredo, they love asking for an officer and taking care of stuff right away, but we're gonna have to change the way we do things because of the fact that, I'll tell you and I'll repeat it over and over again, police officers are very expensive and are getting more expensive every day. And to just say that we're gonna continue pouring more money and more officers to do the job that we were doing 10 years ago, it's ridiculous. We can't do that. So we're gonna have to think outside the box and make sure that we engage not only in technology, but also in other things, the implementation process that we're doing right now, to make sure that our community continues to get the service that we're doing. Some crime stats comparison, as you see right here, in 2025, June 1st to June 30th, we were at 361 burglary vehicles, and this year we're at 241 burglary vehicles. Burglary habitations, we were at 102, this year we're at 88 year to date. Burglary buildings, same thing, 83 to 70. Criminal mischiefs, we're from 426 to 410. We need some work there, but we're getting there. Auto theft, we're from 160 to 96, and then robberies, this is something that, not completely proud because we still have robberies in the city, but from 51 year to date last year, we're now at 38. And so all this just completely explains what the police department is doing on a daily basis. I know we're running sometimes on what you can say a skeleton police squad, but the officers are still going out there and doing what they can, but more than anything is they're engaging every day on the needs of the city. Now to the total budget for the police department. From the general.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I just want to congratulate you on these stats because it's a simple chart here, but it's actually a lot of work that goes behind this. So I do appreciate that. And you have crime down across all categories, and keep up the great work on
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Well, and everything else.
Going back to general fund, we are asking for, our total budget would be at 129 million. As you can see, general fund is 103 million. The majority of this is personnel. Special police grants, it's at 15 million. MVCPA grant is at 6 million. And then we got our parking enforcement, our trust fund, and our HIDA grants. As you can see, just in grants, we're well over $20 million. And so operationally, we do put a lot of emphasis on the general fund, but to get this amount of money through grants is not an easy task. And so this is something that, you know, we're gonna continue doing to make sure that we put some relief on the city budget. But it is a very expensive operation. I will continue saying that because it is.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, can I ask you, do you have civilians who work on the grants, or is this in-house?
It's in-house. We have both, commission officers and civilians working, just because when you provide justification, you need to know about the police aspect of it.
Right.
So it's both, right? One handles the numbers and making sure that we're submitting the right numbers, and the other one is providing the operational part.
Okay, thank you.
And going on to the expenditures, you know, material supplies about 2.5, and then we got contractual services. This is all our technology that we currently have. And as I've had conversations with Mr. Neb and city management here, technology is going to continue getting very expensive, and every year is going to go up and up and up. And so we've engaged in very serious conversations with our partners in the software industry, the ones that are providing that software to us, because we want to make sure that we know where we're going. When we're saying that we're going to be adding an additional, we don't know what's going to happen in year 3 of our technology, and they're going to come back and say, well, your technology is not going to cost you 5% more. It's going to task the city, you know, in a way that maybe we're not going to be able to afford it. So the conversation has been, give me a plan. It can be 5 years, 10 years, so that we know where we're going with this increase. Because as soon as our 3-year contract finishes, you're gonna come back and you're gonna tell me it's gonna cost you 10% more, and that is gonna equate to millions of dollars. It's not gonna work out. So we're in serious conversations with our software vendors and making sure that they provide a clear way of us understanding what we're gonna be paying in year 5 or year 10, so that we're not here trying to see what we can cut from other departments or what we can cut from within our department to pay for these contractual services, because it is getting very, very expensive. And personnel, right now, we're at 87% of the general fund money. It's at 87.12%. This is not including negotiations that are forthcoming, but this is where we're at with our general fund. Like I said, the majority is personnel that we're paying with this general fund money. Again, total changes with the major fund changes that we had this year, we went up to 4.8. One of the things that we continue seeing is the retirees. When somebody retires and they're at upwards of about 30 years of service, it's gonna come back with a big chunk of change for the city to pay out. And so one of the things that we're doing right now is and I know that our budget director does really good at kind of figuring out how we're gonna be paying our retirees. But it's gotten to a point where at the rate that we're in now, to give out those checks is creating a big, heavy, for us, it's very heavy because we're relying on either salary savings or things like that to pay out these retired officers. And so we need to fix it for the future so that we know. We already forecast that this coming year is going to be 13 individuals that are going to be retiring. And so this, like I said, Mr. Esparza does really good at summarizing this and making sure that they get paid out, but it puts a heavy toll on the budget. That I will say that. So there is a change here in personnel changes. Again, we put this number here because there is an increase in the pay, and we're expecting that increase to get, increase a lot more with these new current negotiations that are going to go on. So talking about all that, that is a number that was put there, but it will change once we finish negotiations.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
So the retirees, that money, if somebody retires unexpectedly or whatever, that, you have to absorb that from your operating budget?
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Neb, is there a better way to do this so that it doesn't drain them and resources? Because there has to be a way for us to set aside for technology and for retirement for across the entire city so that every director doesn't have to like worry about
Yeah,
these
and
things
Mayor and
independently.
council member, yeah, the difficulty is we never know how many we're gonna retire at any given time. The idea is that we do want to make sure that it gets allocated back to the budget, but in my mind, the only way we can do it is essentially a sinking fund on the outside of it. And we estimate how many we think we're gonna retire and lay them outside of the budget. And then when they retire, they come in that, it's still gonna be the same general fund money, that's gonna be the challenge with it, and setting it aside. I don't know of any other way to do that, other than we're gonna estimate how many we're gonna have, and we're gonna have to either have a fund set up for essentially public safety retirements, or it gets bled into that budget, but that's the challenge.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah.
But Mr. Neb, I mean, we need to have a relationship with our employees to the point where we can ask each one of them, like, at what point do you anticipate, what are your goals? What are your aspirations? When do you anticipate retiring? How long do you plan to stay with the city? Or those types of questions, so we can maybe build out like some kind of chart to say, it looks like we have, this many people are gonna hit retirement age in 15 years, the majority, and kind of start to budget these types of, project these out and start to budget. And now if you have an unexpected retiree above and beyond, or if you have savings, then you move that money, kind of like how we manage the health insurance. We create a fund, and that takes care of retirees. Because it seems to be like the directors are having, or at least police is dealing with their own retiree issues. I don't know if HR takes care of the other department retirees, or if every director takes care of their own.
Every department takes care of their own retirees. The packages in the public safety, it's a more significant number.
But is that the most efficient way to do that? To have every director do that, or to have HR manage that retirement, impact to the budget so we can run that through finance?
The challenge is that it's all still the same money, and that's the difficulty with it. I like your analogy, though, on the health insurance. That's a really good analogy as to how to establish a structure over the top of that. And I do know every department has a good relationship with their employees, and we have trends, and we have ideas of when they're gonna retire. The challenge is trying to balance that money within all the other needs. So I like that example of the health insurance thing.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
I mean, just talking about efficiencies, we have all of our directors having to manage the same, I have to worry about technology, I have to worry about retirees, then why not just pull that under an umbrella, assign that task to somebody, relieve that that worry off of each director, and let them focus on running their department and coming up with other things, because it doesn't seem fair to impact their operating budget in that year for an HR issue, like a retirement, IT, that's an IT issue, retirement, that's an HR issue, but yet it comes out of each department's budget. I'm not sure that's the best way to handle this.
Mayor, if I may add to that conversation a little bit. As the chief is saying, we work in conjunction with the chief and HR in the budget process. We always budget for retirees based on the number of anticipated retirees that they think. So what happened last year in the last collective bargaining, a lot of the officers were waiting for that increase in there. So we had budgeted a set number of employees, let's say 10 officers to retire 12. What happened is more than the anticipated officers retired. So we do set an allotment within the police and fire department for retirees within their budget. What happens is if that number is over, if we anticipated 15 and 18 or 20 retire, that additional 5 is what he's having to work with and trying to cover either from the savings or any other line
Mayor,
items that we have.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this 675,912, for example, you take that from their department and put it into a retirement fund and you take the amount that all the departments are gonna anticipate retiring, you put it in a retirement fund, and as people retire through HR, he's already removed from that. He doesn't have to worry about it. His budget is set. Now, if less people retire from one department and more people from another, like Mr. Neff said, it's all part of the same money. Why are we pulling it out of the operating money when it's a retirement issue? If that's happening, that should all be dealt with within that retirement fund. He shouldn't have to worry about more or less. That's another stressor on him when he already has to take care of all these other things. And the same thing goes for every other director. Now, if we don't have enough money to cover the retirees, then that's the same situation like the health insurance. That's a management council problem, not a director find money in your budget problem. I think we're handling this retirement stuff wrong, because I don't think it's fair to pull money out of his operating budget when he has more retirees, because let's say they're leaving for some other reason, then you have another department having a surplus because they don't have as many retirees. That savings should offset his costs. I don't think we're handling the retiree problem. I think we should create a retiree fund, put all that money from the budgets from all the departments in it, like we handle the health insurance, and let HR and management deal with overage or surplus in that fund. That's what I think we should do moving forward.
Mayor, and I actually love that idea, Councilmember Vanessa Perez. I think that's something that we have talked about. We haven't actually looked at different plans out there, for example, our 457, where we could actually put money and have some compounding interest come in there and assist with that. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. That'll give us some direction to start looking at some programs available for us out there.
Does that help you, Chief?
That we can start putting in some money in the future. And as we move in from the additional revenues that we look for, we can earmark some of those revenues to go in this particular fund to assist that. So
Well, why can't we tackle this during this budget cycle if the council agrees? And if it's a good idea, why don't we just take these monies that you already reserved for retirees from all the departments, don't give that to them, keep it, and then you guys deal with the retirement and take the burden off of them and take the burden off of the departments and just create a retirement fund. We don't have to think about this too hard. I mean, the money hasn't been dispersed.
Part of it is, Mayor, as well too, is that this is an overlapping of budgetary and accounting principles on top of it. That's really what it is, because exactly, we can do it that way. I mean, we can put all those dollars into one account and retire anybody out of that general fund. And then what finance will do is they will turn back around and put that money back into the structure in order to account for it properly within our budgetary process.
Well, because if you're giving it to the departments and they have it just sitting, let's say, in their checking account versus pulling the millions together and putting in like you said, a savings or an investment earning interest, it's actually a smarter financial move for the city overall to have it as a fund in a lump, accumulating some kind of interest versus dispersing it out and then them having the worry or the potential worry that it's not gonna cover, they're not gonna have enough to cover the bills. I just think that's too big of a variable for our individual directors to all have to undertake.
No, and I'm not against that, and whatever the directors would like to look at. Now, conversely, if we have fewer people to retire, then those funds have been generally moved into other areas of the budget as well too. So if we remove them out of the budget, that is no longer in that whole conversation.
No, but it stays in the fund. And then next year, we don't have to budget as much for retirement. Like, we go off of our projected chart and we say, well, next year, we have enough to cover for next year. So now we don't have to put any money in here. Maybe we put it to health or maybe.
And the only other thing I want to make sure I specify on this is that every one of the budgets for every department is a little bit different for how many people are retiring at that time. It depends on the size and everything else. So I would argue that none of the other departments have a nest egg anywhere else out there either. The challenge is that we got a big department here, and so there's a lot of them that are moving out pretty quick.
We'll start with the police, fire, and any of the bigger departments and then
I don't know,
incorporate everybody else.
does it constitute, we have time in order to change this before we introduce the ordinance if we wanted to do it. So
We should, I mean, I don't know, I wonder what the council.
There's a couple of,
Yeah.
all right, well, there's a lot of factors to, there's a lot of factors you have to get the director together and see how it affects them in any way. It might not affect the chief here, but it might affect somebody else. But that's where polling comes in, that's where you guys do your due diligence on this.
Could I address just a couple of pieces of this, Mayor? One of the things that we also need to take into consideration is that some of these positions are grant funded, and then you're mixing general fund monies with grant funded monies, number one. Number two, the conversation we had early on with where Council Member Perez talked about the positions and the vacancies and the length of time, those little buckets of cash that sit there are those buckets to pay for these liabilities, because sometimes us as administrators will hold them back from filling a vacancy because we want to use that bucket to balance their budget or to prevent them from overspending their budget. So we'll ask them, hold off on this hire for X amount of time because we need to pay this 2,000 hours of accruals. And typically you're going to find the biggest liabilities in police and fire because of their collective bargaining agreements, where you'll have unlimited liabilities of unlimited sick leave, unlimited or 480 hours of annual leave typically. And so ultimately you have individuals that take payouts of, especially in the highest ranks, of 200,000, 150,000 of accrual hours. So what we do with those unfunded positions, or not unfunded, I'm sorry, with those vacancies that we were unable to fill, is grab those pockets to plug in these holes. And so that's basically, so there's two dynamics here. There's a dynamics of the regular general fund employee, and then you have the dynamic of the grant funded employee, where those things kind of get blended.
Well, if I may, real quick, Mayor, just to follow up, I understand what you're saying, but we don't have a lot of grant funded positions compared to, well, in the health, but we could, okay, forget health department. I'm saying, we could do it without the health department at first. I mean, we can always look at the reasons why not to try something new, but what I'm saying is, and I understand that, we've always done it this way where we budget extra positions, but that's not even a true budget. Because the budget's supposed to reflect the needs, right? And if you're saying you need extra positions as a cushion for the retirement, then why don't we just actually set up a true retirement, system? And then we have issues with people wanting to sell back their time, and we can buy it back cheaper today than we can later. And we don't even have a good system like that. So we can come up with these smart plans that save us money today, like cost us today, but save us in the future, and possibly even vice versa. But by creating a budget that actually accounts for the issue of the retirement, because I hear Chief talk about this, I hear Fire talk about this, I hear other directors talk about this, and it's like they talk about IT and they talk about like these variable retirements. And it just seems like if everybody's dealing with those issues, that's kind of like not efficient. It's not efficient. Pull those problems, give it to HR and management, and then we deal with the problems. And if we can't include health because of grants, then we save that later, but we start somewhere. I just think that the way we've been doing it, it just doesn't work. Because we complain that we're funding positions just to have a cushion, and then we just don't do anything about it because we use it for this when we could just focus on this separately. I don't know.
Mayor, the nice thing is, I think our budget director stated that he agreed with this. I would like time to at least walk through this, see exactly what this model would look like, and pull it out of there. And there are, again, it's more of a budgeting and accounting principle. I mean, both of them, and we generally interlock them together more than often because it's the simpler way to go, I think, usually. But it creates these issues where they have to consider that as part of their budgeting process. Let us pull it together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Mayor. So I have to also consider, I'm not sure how long we've been doing it this way, whether every year it sufficed the fund. In other words, was there a shortfall on that fund? Was there not a shortfall? Like, you have to catch it up, right? If you want to do it, you got to have all the money available, right? Not making up for last year and the year before last and the year before last.
Mayor,
Which is a good
if I
idea.
may answer that question, and that council member is correct. This has been done for the last 25, 30 years that I remember. We budget for what we anticipate. Sometimes we do have a savings, and there is less money in there that the departments can utilize for other things. Lately, it has been, we're really close to it. So our estimates are very close, so we're budgeting as we go every year. However, to Councilmember Nessa's point, I love the idea, and it sounds great because now we have the compounding of the interest that comes in. However, it is gonna take us time to fund that fund to a sufficient point that then we can, instead of, we budget about $1.5 million for police and about $1.2 million for police and fire, $1.2 million, $1.5 million more or less on the lump sums. And we are pretty good at estimating what we have, and that's why, to Chief's point, we do a good job in that. Now, but I love the idea because now, once we have at least $3 million fund balance in there that we can pay, now we start reducing that amount, interest starts helping, so it will help the M&O side on the operations side. A lot of times what happens, and just to clarify, we don't budget for extra positions. However, the turnover happens. We have rotating positions, and that gap between hiring a position to refilling that position creates some savings in there. Sometimes that savings is created in other general fund departments, and we maneuver that into public safety, so because that's where we have, like Chief is saying that collective bargaining requirements require us to pay certain lump sums, and we have 2 tiers of employees, both in fire and police, which now have a limited hour, and we have those that are unlimited on the sick leave payout. So we're working to a point in the next 10 years when those employees phase out, this probably is gonna be less of an issue or less of a burden to balance and pay out. So, yes, same is true for the regular employees now that they have, the newer employees coming in don't get paid any sick leave payout. They have their annual leaves that is paid, there's a limit to it. Unlike employees like me that have been here for close to 30 years, we had a 480 maximum, 720 in rollovers. So those employees are also, it's something that is addressing general fund, and in 10, 12 years from now, as the older employees phase out, now we have a reduced amount of those unfunded liabilities that we're carrying in our books as well. So, but I do love that idea. I know we were looking at a similar idea for paying for the retirees, the regular employees, retirees medical. And that's something that our previous HR director, we were working on, we were progressing, and then that kind of stalled on us. I want to reignite that because that will help our regular employees when they retire, that they have some money set aside to pay for their medical insurance as they do, very similar to how we pay for the police and fire when they retire. So those are things that we've been working at in the background, continue to look at, we're going to be continuing those conversations.
Sorry to hijack you on this
No,
one.
I mean,
It's
this is
you
a-
say this every year, and I'm just like, why are you worried about this?
It's a great conversation to have, and I can tell you
No,
that.
but I'm sorry, Mayor, but yeah, I didn't answer your question. Yeah, I like the idea, but obviously it gets some looking into. Anything that we can, I guess directors are for needless, I wouldn't say work, just stress, yeah, we can put it on, make you stress out over it.
Well, to that point, Mayor, to answer, to that point, the 457 plan that the city has for all of our employees, police, fire, all of our employees, is a great plan. It's something that I feel that I wasn't pushed enough as a new employee coming in, because our 457 plan has really great returns right now. The market is great. If you put in there $100, $200, by the time you retire, you'll have enough money in there to cover your insurance alone on a 457 plan. So that's another item that I want to make sure that we continue, because the people that end up benefiting of that is our employees. I've seen employees that have accumulated over $1 million in their 20, 30 years of employment span in there. So that's something that is something in the best interest of
Who
the
are they?
employees.
So,
Okay, well, we got not a
Yeah.
lot of time, but appreciate it.
again, thank you for that, Councilwoman. Mayor, I know that for us, we're also including financial wellness in our system, and this is what we've been pushing, that 457B plan. There is already conversations within the union to make sure that we also address, so in 2007, just to give you some clarity on this and some visibility, in 2007, the contract automatically, whomever joined 2007 Laredo PD, you were capped at 1,080 hours of sick leave. So anybody that goes over those, right, those hours, and it just says you're a great employee, you're a great police officer, you come every day, you work, you're at 1,440 hours, correct? 1,440 hours that you've accumulated, but then you get injured. To go into a serious illness pool, you have to come down all the way to 1,080 to be tapping into that serious illness pool, right? And so some of these officers that have 1,080, it's great because you're already at 1,080. But the officers that are over, they feel like they're getting punished for being great officers and coming to work every day. But now you have to go down all the way to 1,080 to be able to tap into that serious illness.
Instead of cashing out those hours.
Exactly. So what they're saying is, why am I accumulating more?
Yeah.
I'll just call in sick because I have the hours, right? And right now, we all know that we cannot afford for people to call in sick. And so it's a great thing that our officers, majority are very disciplined. They'll come to work. But it comes to that point of those officers that came in 2007, they're already hitting over the 1,080. And so those are things that, we always tell them, focus on the need of the general membership. Focus on that need, because we start focusing on other things, and these are something that Mr. Neb and myself have been having conversations about, that it's the focus on what is needed for the police department just to get better and have a better contract at the end of the day. Because all of it has been focused on, money's great, but what's gonna happen when you retire in 20 years? And this is why financial wellness, we're teaching them, you need to invest now so that in 20 years, you'll be able to retire, soundly. So these are things that we need to get away from thinking that a police officer is gonna be here for 3 years.
Right.
We have to start thinking that a police officer should only give us max 25 years. And they can go and have, there's life
Easier
after
job,
PD.
Yes, exactly.
There's life after PD. So we're focusing on that, but thank you for that. And Mayor, I'll just continue real quick. We did ask for some personnel, and what we did here, and this is something that I know Mr. Neb strongly agrees on, civilizing some positions in the police department. That you don't need a gun to go out and do crime scene processing. You don't need a gun to go do support for the investigative purposes, to go out and get voluntary statements, go out and get video, go out and get things like that. If we give them a credential to go out and do that as a civilian, it's a lot less costly for the city than putting a police officer or a detective to go do that on an everyday basis. Now with Brady coming in, which is a law that we need to provide everything to the district attorney within 30 days, video, statements, reports, everything that we collect, we have to provide to the district attorney's office within 30 days, and then we have to sign off that everything that we got is provided to them. If we put the detective to do that, he's not gonna be able to find the time to do follow-up investigations. If we put the officer that arrests out in the street, we're gonna have that officer tied up for almost all shift to be able to collect 911 calls, collect body cam, collect in-dash cam, collect all that. So investigative support specialist is the way to go. And so this is why we included this personnel in there. And we talked with Mr. Esparza here. And so what we did, we're already hitting about 80 positions for officer. We unfunded 20, because by next year, this time, we're not gonna be able to capture that 60 officer pool. I mean, right now, at the rate we're going, it's getting more difficult and more difficult to put in officers through the academy. So we did this, we balanced great, so this is something that we did, and moving forward, that's something that we're gonna start doing, civilianizing those positions, to not be asking for more investigators, to not be asking for more officers, but asking for civilian personnel that can do the work that is needed in the police department.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, thank you for the presentation. I know we're in the back, but we can see the presentation as we're in the back as well. I know last year we implemented more departments into your umbrella. And last year, or some months ago, I had asked you for an analysis. On your position, Chief, do you know how much, according to other municipality chiefs, and just because, again, we gave you more departments under your wing and your umbrella, but I asked you several months ago, how underpaid is your position as well?
So right now, in comparison to other cities our size, it's very hard to get the actual number that a chief is making, because a lot of what they're making is mainly on, yes, it is on salary, but a lot also comes with benefits that the city gives them, right? And so some of these departments have chiefs that were not part of the department. They were from an outside agency, and they came in and became chiefs for that department. So I can tell you that, for example, Frisco PD, right? They're way over the pay that a chief from here is getting, right? And myself. And then the other ones are also Plano and all those cities. And even if you compare to Corpus, right? I know that his salary is not at the level of my salary, and he only has a police department, right? And so for us, yes, we've gotten more tasks to do more and more. And even as we're talking about numbers in the contract, we talked about this with Mr. Neb, that everybody's getting closer to the chiefs, right? Everybody's getting closer to what they do. And I know that sometimes they see us as administrators, but I can tell you, being in council meetings till 11, being woken up till 2 a.m., it is not the same as anything else that others do.
Yeah, and Mayor, and I know we speak as a retention as well, and you're at a pretty good age for a police chief lifespan here locally, and we've seen how completely you've turned the department throughout the years as when we've been here, and we appreciate that. I mean, you've put us amongst the sixth safest city nationwide, and not only that, but because I'm in the Public Safety Committee and I see more of what you do, you're acting PIO for us, I mean, whether it's Christmas, Thanksgiving, and I see what you do year-round. So what's your base pay right now, or your salary?
It's 200 and, I don't even know, 200 and, what is it? Do I have that number?
I'm sorry, Mayor, may I interrupt? Legal is here. Can we discuss this? It's employee
Yeah, I mean, I know the KGN has put it out.
I don't know if we can actually discuss
I think, well, and Mayor and Council, I think the one thing that I will address on the salary level is that those are all CBA negotiated terms within that. I mean, we can talk generalities as well too, but we do know that there is an issue based upon the police and fire study. We know that our department is in the 30 percentile of the 100% scale. We don't even hit average with the salaries and rates. Without talking specifically about those numbers, we're below average for almost every one of our positions on the police department side.
Well, that's not good.
It is not. And that's what that police and fire study actually does for it. It shows us the compression, shows that. And this is why these negotiations that we are doing are very important.
Oh, okay, so yeah, so now I understand. So your position is also on the.
The chief is actually, the chief by statute has to be removed out of the group.
Well, exactly, that's why I'm asking.
Yes, and so.
Where he's
yeah.
at.
And so what we try to do, and this is where we've been talking with both of our chiefs, both police and fire are impacted by that because they're impacted by our other grade and step scale of our directors. We have to do these differentials for the responsibility of the position. And so, and we are working through that, but we have to fix the entire structure from the lowest common denominator all the way up to the chief, because we have to have the proper spreads between each classification. And so we are working with the chiefs on both of the chiefs' pay.
So will we have enough time to consider this? Because we're shooting for the 15th, maybe, we don't know.
It all kind of comes in together. Do not think that we have to have it corrected for the budget. Budget is just one cycle of this process. We can correct this as we go, and then once we get done with it, then it all works out. If everything worked out, I would say yes, we're going to be right on top of it all together. But I need to bring you that data and that information as far as the chiefs go within the structure of these separations. Because in the chiefs, in the police side, we don't even have the 8 to 10% differential between all the classifications. We actually have lower positions that are earning more than some of the higher positions based upon time in the position. The fire department has some of that, but it is not as bad as where the police department is at. And this is why we're having the challenge we are with the compression within the department.
And when can you bring us that, Mr. Mayor? The separation?
We have it, we've actually worked it through the police and fire. The thing that complicates it a little bit, and I don't mean complicate in a bad way, but we are trying to work through the CBA agreements as well too, because when we establish that structure within that area, then we kind of just bring it all the way up the ladder, if that makes sense, and all the way up to the chief. And then, of course, we have to look on the chief side as it looks like within our entire structure of all of our directors and our structure as well too. We've actually done in the past as well too, and just to make it a little bit more messy or even better as well too, we actually, well, for lack of a better way to call it, I've called it the Tom Brady rule. And he's not my favorite quarterback, just so you know. But what happens is that when the chief retires, we put him back into the flock, and then we reset as well too. That was the only way we could figure out exactly how to build that structure. I think we would rather have the structure work all the way up, but when Chief Rodriguez retires, he will retire as a member of the union. That is the structure that we agreed to when we brought him in as the chief. We have to do that statutorily because that's the way the system is supposed to be set up, because the chief has to be independent of the rest of the body.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Chief, do you have anything else you want to tell us on your presentation?
No, just one important thing, right? If you can see the organizational chart real quick, I know that you've been asking for us to be a lot more aggressive when it comes to providing public education and public awareness. You see here that there is an Assistant Chief of Operations Bureau, and then you see the Public Trust, Transparency, and Engagement Division. That was done because of multiple things and multiple issues that came your way. And I know that we were already communicating this to the public when we were implementing technology out there. But there's a lot of things that here that we added, and I just want you, whenever you have time, if you can look at it, there's a lot of things that we're doing now that we're not doing before. And we're putting a lot of effort into this because it is important during this environment. It is very important that we put this forth because there's a lot of hate on social media. There's a lot of things, misinformation on social media. And all these things, we have to make sure that we get ahead of it. I know, and I will share with you that Commissioner Jaime from Webb County, he is already moving forward in providing with the city through the District Attorney's Office software that can enhance our visibility online when it comes to threats and threats to the school, threats to a public figure, anything like that we be able to. We have 3 already officers that are assigned to Secret Service, and they're getting training, not costing the city, training to make sure that we know this new environment that we're dealing with, especially with artificial intelligence. And so he's moving forward in providing this funding through the county, through the district attorney, so that we can engage our officers, our task force officers, to make sure that whenever a threat comes our way, it doesn't matter who it is, either it's a school or a threat to one of you all or one of them, that we'll be able to immediately know where the person is at. And so all these things are very important because of the fact that social media can do a lot of damage. And we need to make sure that if we just sit down and not do anything about it right now, and we don't plan to counter that, it's gonna get very, very tough for us to catch up. So it's a total of about $180,000. He's already put it in his budget, and I'm very grateful for that because it's a much needed technology that, again, it's a partnership with the county. So it's a great thing, but doing that, it's taking officers to do that. The other thing that we did, if you look at Port, we did the commercial district, and the reason we did the commercial district because of the impact that it brings to the city. there was a hearing, I'm pretty sure you all read the McWilliams report on the hearing with transportation and the ports. Laredo was a topic. And it continues to be how much damage our 18-wheelers are creating to our city. And more than that, it was that there's no commercial motor vehicle inspections. Right now, we only have 3 inspectors. And so we are enhancing our port operations. We're giving more personnel to our sergeant and our lieutenant that's assigned to port right now, because we want them to make sure that everybody that's assigned to port is going to become a commercial motor vehicle inspector. We have to inspect these tractor trailers. There's no way that they can continue going through our city without being properly inspected.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
Well, and also I'm happy that we funded the movement on the Mines Road Police Station in the CIP, because I think that's gonna be a vital location for this type of operation moving forward. So, I'm glad that we're moving in that direction, but if there's nothing else, is there anything else you wanna tell us?
No,
Cause
that
I'd like
is
to
it.
make a motion to approve.
Mayor,
Second.
I have a question.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Go
Yes, I
ahead.
have a question. Thank you. I wanted to ask what you're, so it sounds as if you're talking a little bit about cybersecurity with this training that Commissioner Jaime has granted to, put in his budget for the police officers.
Yes.
Is that something that the city of Laredo provides, some type of, I guess for families whose, the example that I'll give, and you can let me know if this has any bearing on the type of cybersecurity that you're talking about, is sort of that bullying or when kids are getting engaged online from an outside actor. Is that a service, or is there some way for a family who doesn't know anything about it, who finds themselves in a situation that they've been drug into from some outside actor, can they come to the police department? Is that?
That is exactly what we're doing. So this division was done because of that. So there was the bullying part, but on top of that is our elderly population. Our seniors continue to be defrauded online. And so, again, our baby boomers, right, they're lasting a lot longer. And so when they have a Facebook profile, and they're on Facebook. And so what happens when they're on Facebook? That profile, those pictures of their grandkids, and they can now make a real quick video of their grandkid being held, and they're gonna go out and give all their savings. And so this is what we're seeing, right? And we cannot let them be victimized. And so getting very aggressive with this public engagement and letting people know, make sure you contact the police department if you're, through Facebook, through Instagram, through whatever social media platform you're utilizing. If you are being asked to do something that you know is out of place, contact the police department. So the public engagement, trust and transparency is going to be doing a lot of that public education out there. But then the cybercrime unit is going to be taking care of the cases that are coming to Laredo PD. And so I know a lot of people ask us, right, FBI, Secret Service, when do they come in, right? And so everybody's swamped right now. And the thing is that if we don't act for our community, it's going to be very hard for another agency to act. So we're acting and we're moving to make sure that we protect our community.
I will say that it's been over a decade that the Webb County Sheriff's Department also had stood up some type of cybercrime investigations to try to track down actors like that. And it's so easy to deceive someone. I know phone calls also are a huge issue for the elderly population. They get them 24/7. They're asking all sorts of, for personal data. And the same standards apply when baby boomers, when older generations are more trusting than they should be.
Yes.
And then just release all of their information online. And I can tell you, just personally, my mother does this regularly. I'm changing bank account numbers for her. And I don't know how it stops or where it ends. It's some person from usually a call center that's calling and just creating all these stories that are lies. And how do we protect our elderly population? I'm so happy to see that you're making these efforts and then getting that information out.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just request that we have a workshop for the public to know about this program, and then, I guess if nobody has any other questions, just call for the question on approving the budget for them.
All right. Call for the question.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Opposed?
Thank you,
Motion
Mayor.
passes.
Thank you, council
Mayor, I'd
members.
like to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion, second, all in favor? Adjourn.
Or recess. A motion to Mayor. Tomorrow's a new one.
Yeah, tomorrow is actually scheduled as the next one. It is not a continuation, so
Yeah,
it
so
will
we're
not be
done.
a recess. I do want to make sure you have the housekeeping for tomorrow as well, too. We have a special council meeting scheduled for noon. Well, we have two of them actually scheduled for noon tomorrow. The first one is about the special election that we need to establish the date. We have your options ready. We have a recommendation for you for that meeting. And then, of course, we have the other half of this budget workshop. We have scheduled those as
Is the
separate.
agenda the same?
The agenda will be the same, and we have 8 other staff reports on there. But that wasn't the way it was. The agenda didn't look like a continuation.
Can we
This is
rescind the
through the
motion to
21st.
adjourn, or is
We're
it
going to
done?
recess. We are going to recess, not
Okay,
cancel.
That's fine.
But know that we have a special council meeting at noon first before we come back into this one. We can recess a little bit later, so they're just gonna go right on top of each
So
other.
recess till after that meeting.
It'll be after that meeting, we'll start the budget workshop.
The motion is to recess after the special.
She needs to recess.
Yeah, the motion is to recess.
Well, Mayor, it already passed, so does he need a veto or something, or are we good?
We can always, yeah, so.
Motion to bring it back.
And if there are any of these departments that are on this list that you don't, because we've sent all the information out to you, if you want to focus on the ones that you still have a lot of questions on, we can do that as well, too.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Recess till tomorrow.
Recess motion,
To recess until after
second,
the
all in
special
favor?
council.
That'll supersede our,
Motion
that'll
passes.
supersede our.
Recess until tomorrow.